Mayor, you're now live.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the work session of the Las Cruces City Council. Today is Monday, April 12th, 2021. It's approximately 1:01 p.m. Before we begin, if you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now we're going to have Holly Wells from our Animal Services Center and introduce our pets of the week.
Hi guys. So Holly is here with us, but this is Vanessa today. I'm just using her account, so I'm going to introduce our dog of the week first. All right. So the dog of the week for this week will be Gobo. He is a male neuter, 2 years old. A little brief description about him. Says, my name's Gobo and I'm a mellow sweetheart, very low key and quiet. I tend to get overshadowed by my energetic pals. Even still, I get along with every dog and person I meet. I'd like a forever home to take it easy with. All right. And we are moving on to our cat of the week, Ryashu. I am Ryashu, a handsome, seasoned tomcat who has decided he wanted to settle down and find a nice, living home to retire in. I want to be the king of the castle, getting pets and food all day long. I am also experienced in knowing when it's time to relax. I love napping. I'm also 4 years old, a male neuter. And then a fun fact for this week. Did you know the distemper parvo vaccine should start as early as 6 to 8 weeks in puppies? The second fun fact is this vaccine is given every 3 to 4 weeks until a puppy has turned 16 weeks. Finally, the adults that never had the distemper parvo vaccine need a total of 2 vaccines, 3 to 4 weeks apart from each other. And this is for them to be fully vaccinated. And once they're fully vaccinated, they could have fun in our community. If you have any questions regarding your animal friends, please call your local vet clinics for medical advice. And then this week, we are still accepting volunteer applications. You can apply at ascmv.org. And due to COVID, we're still accepting applications, but keeping them on file till further notice. And finally, thank you guys.
Oh, okay, Miss, what was your name again?
Vanessa Chastain.
Vanessa Chastain. Okay,
Yes.
good. And I think that cat's name was Ryushi. So I've never seen a Japanese cat before,
Perfect.
but I think that's a Japanese name, Ryushi.
Yes, one of our employees here loves Japanese names, so I kind of struggle with it.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. So now we're going to go to Jobs of the Week. And we have Darlene or Cindy?
It will be Cindy, sir.
Cindy, okay.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. So this week's Jobs of the Week, first off, we have an internal auditor through the City of Las Cruces. This position will be closing on April the 19th. Next, we have a certified medical assistant with La Clínica de Familia. This position will be closing on May the 21st. We also have housekeeping positions open through Comfort Suites. There are 3 positions available, and these positions will close on April the 29th. Also, there's a direct support staff, which is a caregiver position through Lessons of Life. They have 20 positions available, and these positions will be closing May 30th, so that's a lot of time. Next, we have an administrative specialist with our South Central Council of Governments. This position will close this coming Wednesday on April the 14th. But for a full list of all the available positions that we have available internships and volunteer opportunities, you can visit us at www.employnewmexico.com or at www.governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces. For our local New Mexico Workforce Connections office, we are located at 226 South Alameda Boulevard. Our phone number is 575-524-6250. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a wonderful week.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we're going to have is our COVID-19 update, and Assistant City Manager Eric Enriquez will be presenting.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager, to give a COVID-19 update. So Doña Ana County is still in the yellow, and will continue to test. And also, we have seen the numbers have gone down on the positive cases, and hopefully that will continue hopefully we'll move towards the green. The state of New Mexico is assisting with the Department of Health and the City of Las Cruces and Walgreens Pharmacy to have a mega event that will take place on Saturday, April 17th. Originally, it was scheduled for Tuesday, the 13th, but now it's going to be pushed to Saturday, April 17th. And the two sites will be the Pan American Center and the Convention Center. We're looking at doing a total of 6,000 vaccines. It will be the Johnson & Johnson. It will be a single dose. Again, encouraging everyone to register so they can get this vaccine. 3,000 will be handled by Walgreens at the Pan American Center, and Department of Health, National Guard, Las Cruces Fire Department, City of Las Cruces will all assist in helping out 3,000. We're trying to get that done in about 10 hours of time. So that's what we're looking at doing. Right now, the Department of Health dashboard shows that Doña Ana County individuals with at least one single dose has reached 78,000. That's 45.6% with a single dose. Registration campaign is still going on strong. Scott Rogers is still coordinating that and hitting that up, reaching out to the community and trying to get in certain zip code areas. Flyers have been made and will be going out in the utility bills. If you drive around town, you'll see the buses already have the bus wraps indicating for registration to roll up your sleeves. So we have currently 55.8 of the population that is registered in Doña Ana County. We need to increase that, especially with the mega event taking place. An update on the asylum refugees. There has been communications. I have communicated with FEMA on the federal end with reimbursement monies that would be available for food and other supplies, working with Casa de Peregrinos and Lorenzo Alba, seeing what we can do in the event that we get any overflow with the state and local. We've been talking to the emergency managers at the state level, at the local level. Faith-based organizations are also helping. We have a location where donations have been taken in for several months and then delivered to Juarez, Mexico as needed through some of the churches. And the state, you know, one of the challenges, or the biggest challenge, of course, is the COVID-19, but that creates a problem with travel and congregating. We're not looking at using the Armory as a site this time because of congregating and trying to separate. What the state is looking at doing, we've had hotels that have been used for quarantines and isolations from first responders to the general public to try to reduce the amount of people in hospitals during the pandemic. And the state is also looking at doing that if we get an overflow of asylum refugees, is to try to isolate them at a hotel, and the state would assist us in funding and reimbursing. So those are some of the talks that have been going on in the planning that we've been doing, and we will continue because we really don't know if this is going to take place or when it's going to take place. So constant communication at all levels. And now Amy Basford Johnson will give an update on the American Rescue Plan Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councilors. Thank you, Mr. Enriquez, for turning it over to me. I want to go over the American Rescue Plan Act, which is ARPA for short. I think that's what the acronym is now going to be known as. I just want to go over some general things. The act contains so many different funding allocations for so many different purposes, but I really want to focus today on those that would be directly applicable to the city. And those that might directly assist our residents. There are so many more. And most federal agencies that are handling this money and distributing the money have not put out specific guidance on how to access a lot of the funding and what the uses are, as well as kind of the timeframes on when it will be issued. That type of thing. So I just wanted to focus today really on a few items. Treasury has also not issued final guidance for the municipal distributions, but I'll talk a little bit at length on what little guidance we have from the bill. And remember that all of this funding is intended to provide for continued prevention from COVID, prevention of COVID and recovery from the COVID crisis. Thank you. I think Mandy is manning our PowerPoint, so I appreciate that. Also, just to let you know that as I get in new information, we'll continue to update. And today I'll give you a couple of additional bits of information that have been updated since we did these slides on Thursday. So every day we get new information from various agencies. I think most of you are most interested in the municipal funding that is coming directly from Treasury to the city. The apportionment for the Las Cruces, the last amount that was listed, I believe in Senator Lujan's webinar last week, is $23.75 million for the city of Las Cruces. Half of this funding, or $11.875 million, will be sent directly to the city on May 11th. That is a requirement of the bill that it be sent out within 60 days of the start of the bill or the approval of the bill. The remaining will be distributed 1 year later, cannot be distributed earlier than that. So it'll be 1 year later. We have the ability to spend through December 31st of 2024. It's important to know that all of this funding is non-recurring. So as you think about the ways to utilize this money, if it's decided that some of the money will go towards new programming or additional personnel or things that will continue beyond the December 31st, 2024 date, it's non-recurring, and we will have to come up with a way to sustain those programs or services that we might start with this funding. One of the other items in the bill is that the start date of this is March 3rd. We don't know yet and are waiting for the guidance from the Treasury to know how far back we can go for various expenses, various revenue losses, that type of thing. So we are really waiting on this Treasury guidance to be released on the uses, any additional restrictions than what was in the bill. The project period start date, which means how far back can we go? When can we start counting revenue losses, expenses, that kind of thing. Additionally, reporting is going to be required, but we don't know what that is or how that will be done or to whom we will do that. So we really need that. Now, what happened with the CARES Act was there was not a requirement in the bill to have the agencies distribute clear guidance. And as many of you remember, much of what they allowed us to do or expense changed quite often, particularly with FEMA. It changed very often during the process of what could be allowed and what could not be allowed. So this time in the bill, they actually put out that the agencies have to issue guidance, and Treasury is required to issue guidance on this particular funding by May 11th. Next slide, please. So the direct municipal funding, general uses as defined in ARPA for municipal funding is that we can utilize it for government services impacted by a loss of revenue due to the crisis. This can be interpreted in a variety of different ways, but that, and all of these, to be honest, all of these are very general and can be interpreted in a lot of ways. And as soon as we get that guidance from the Treasury, it will help us really narrow down how to utilize this money. We can use it for premium pay for essential workers who work during the crisis. The bill allows us to go up to $13 an hour for eligible employees. Of course, they don't define who eligible workers are. There's a cap of $25,000 per employee. We don't know if we can take this back to a certain date or if that's just going forward. So again, that Treasury guidance is critical. We can respond to or mitigate negative economic impacts, including providing services to residents, business, and nonprofits, and local industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. It also specifically calls out that we can utilize it for capital improvements in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. It cannot be used for net reduction in state revenues, and this is specific to the state. But there is some discussion that would apply also to local taxes that we might have implemented during the COVID crisis. We did not do that, of course, but that's what it's intended to restrict you from doing. Or funding pensions. So if we were to do the premium pay for essential workers, we'd have to ensure that none of that money went towards their para contributions, which would be a pension. I think that's it. Next page. Thank you. And so then the Act also includes some designated and direct apportionments through some of our regular funding agencies that we get money from on a regular basis. FTA for transit, they are allowing for apportionments due to the amount of money we received from the CARES Act, which was a little over $6 million. Our anticipated apportionment will be only $166,000 from this bill. There are going to be some competitive grant opportunities from the FTA through this bill as well. We'll look for those to come out in the next few months. FAA is going to provide to the airport some additional apportionment. We expect it to be very similar to the CARES funding, but we haven't received any guidance from FAA on that yet. Anticipating about $70,000, which is what we received from the CARES Act. The Older Americans Act, which, as many of you know, funds much of our senior programs. All aspects of the senior care were increased. All of the Title, I believe they're Title II through Title VI or something like that in the Older Americans Act. All of that was increased. This will be distributed through the New Mexico Area Agency on Aging, which is our usual funder for such appropriations. Unknown what the amount will be, and probably will come with this next fiscal year's grant that we'll receive in the summer. Then also on HUD for our CDBG on Friday, Natalie Green was informed of the amount that the city would receive as a direct entitlement community, and that is $1.8 million for her programs from HUD. Next slide, please. And then there's a great deal of competitive opportunities in ARPA that the city qualifies for and that we will look to pursue. I think there's a good number of additional ones, but these are the top ones that we know that our departments are eligible for. So EDA, there's $3 billion from the Economic Development Administration. This is for economic adjustment assistance and economic recovery from COVID. The NEA, which is National Endowment for the Arts, there's $81 million. This one has a general thing. I think you guys remember me saying over and over again when CARES Act came out to prepare, prevent, and respond to COVID. That's a pretty standard language in this bill as well. That's $81 million total throughout the country. This will be a competitive process that hopefully we'll get direction on soon. The NEH, they've just put out their direction or their guidance on their competitive funding. Each agency or a organization can apply it for up to $50,000 for recovery and operating expenses. The IMLS, $200 million nationwide, primarily will be distributed to state libraries to carry out basic library and museum services. We can expect to possibly see some either direct allocations or some competitive opportunities through this funding. AFG and SAFER, which is programs run by FEMA for the fire department, the Assistance to Firefighters program, $300 million nationwide for programming and equipment, and also staffing for fire departments. And those would be competitive as well. We have not seen any guidance come out on that yet. And then finally, the Department of Commerce has $7.171 billion for the expansion of the E-Rate programs for libraries. This will primarily go to state libraries to then be distributed to community libraries throughout their state. That might be a competitive process. It may be similar to what we did previously on our E-Rate, is that they will identify libraries that have the ability to handle this kind of expansion and work with them on how to apply and get the match for it. This one, we've just, oh, sorry, if you can go back one slide just for a minute. So on the Department of Congress, many of you know that we've just finished an E-Rate expansion at our library. We do have plans for additional expansions, so this would be something we would very aggressively pursue to be able to give us expansion up to the Sage Cafe from our main library. Next slide, please. And then finally, things of interest to you all, state and other entity funding from the bill. The state distributions, they will receive, there is $21.55 billion for renters assistance and $9.961 billion for homeowners assistance. This is direct assistance to renters and homeowners for a variety of things, including rent, utilities, and other expenses associated with renting. On Friday, I learned that the renters assistance will be distributed directly out to states, and then in our state to New Mexico, and then to Bernalillo County and Doña Ana County. So I've reached out to the county to get the information on how we can put information on our website to direct folks to their program to receive the renters assistance. The homeowners assistance will probably be very similar to the renters assistance. And then other entities that are receiving funding that will help our residents is utility assistance through the Low Income Home Energy program. $100 million for housing counseling through Neighborhood Works, $20 million to support HUD's fair housing programs, and $500 million in water assistance that will go through the low income housing I'm sorry, I can't see that, but let's see, drinking water and wastewater emergency assistance program. So these would be agencies that should be putting out information for our residents to be able to receive some of this assistance that they may need. And I think that is about it for the items that we've identified that are specific to the city or to our residents in our community. Again, as I said, there are a multitude of fundings, and I know that every department and all of you as well have attended many webinars on what is allowable and what is not. And so there may be a multitude of programs that they're bringing you information on. Not all of them fall under the ones that we've identified here today. And so if you have specific questions on funding you've heard about, we can do some research for you and let you know what agency that might be coming out through. Otherwise, we'll stand for questions. Both Mr. Enriquez and I are available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Amy. So we do have some questions, Councilor Vasquez, Bencomo, and Gondra. So Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amy, for this really comprehensive and thorough presentation. One thing I'm extremely confident in when it comes to our city is our ability to both apply for and get these grants. Our grants department is outstanding. And so thank you for thinking about the opportunities for us to go after competitive funding in addition to some of the funding we have coming to us for the expenses we've incurred through COVID. The question here is, I guess, around the tracking of expenses, and I'm thinking this may be similar to when the asylum seeker situation first arrived here, and we were able to track, I think, a lot of back spending, that we were able to get reimbursed through some federal dollars. So just in terms of being able to quantify or categorize that type of spending, although I know the regulations or the rules haven't been set yet for how far back that goes. Amy, are you confident that the city will be able to recoup the majority of its COVID-related expenditures that fit within the existing framework of this bill?
Right. Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Vasquez. So accounting and the grants department, as well as most of the city departments, we've set up a special site for us within the SharePoint where departments register their expenses. We have a specific project code that we'll set up in the finance system to put those expenses into. Again, until we know how far we can go back, we don't know how much of the unreimbursed expenses from our initial COVID will be allowable, or it may just be new expenditures that are allowable. Those will all go into that one project code. To be honest, the majority of our expenses from the initial CARES Act, the New Mexico state funding, and some of our federal funding through FEMA, the majority of our expenses have been covered that were allowable. Some of the things that weren't covered, just for example, are like the barriers that we had to do for the Parks Department, some of the additional security we had to hire for different buildings and facilities at the initial outset, and some of the regular pay for fire and police when they were doing their regular shifts, things that were already budgeted. For example, FEMA would not let us take those and ask for reimbursement on them. So we could only ask for example, unscheduled overtime, those kinds of things. So those are the kinds of expenses we would go back and look to pick up. And as well as some of the premium pay, those would be the initial ones we'd look to pick up.
Great, thank you, Amy. That's super helpful. I really appreciate that. I'm glad to see some of our expenses have already been covered by various other mechanisms. The only other comment or question I had was, and I think you partly answered this, is just around the consumer-facing assistance end of things, even if it's not per se even if it's per se programs that are managed by the county and not necessarily the city or done in partnership with the county, getting, I think, a steady rollout of press releases from the city's end on things like renters assistance, the increase in potential LIHEAP assistance or utilities assistance, housing counseling, all those things I think are helpful for our residents to know. And I know when the city puts out often press releases, it may spur or prompt our local media to write about some of the programs that are available. And so a steady rollout of some of these as they become more clear in terms of how consumers actually apply for these things would be, I think, a good service for the city to do for its residents. And so it sounds like you are already thinking about that and working with the communications department to do that.
Right. Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez. I had an initial meeting with some of the county folks today regarding how they were going to roll out some of their funding, and ask that they, keep us in the loop as they get these programs established so that we can put them on our website. We can include them in our press releases about what we're doing with our funding. I know that tomorrow the commission is having one of their first work sessions, much like we are today, on the CARES Act or on the ARPA funding. And so as they get their legs under them and we get our legs under them, I think we'll have a good working relationship on how to roll out this funding for our residents.
That is excellent. That's excellent. Thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate it. And again, full confidence that we'll go after these dollars to the degree that we can. And I would say just, I guess, one more thing too is I know we often do mailers, and so not all of our population, especially folks who may be having issues with housing or utilities or other types of issues, always have access, I know, to online media. So the use of our mail program our snail mail, I guess, program, little postcards that we can send out to folks might be a useful contribution to the overall information campaign to get this out. So thank you so much, Amy. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you so much, Amy, for your presentation. I agree, it was very thorough. Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts as well. I'm wondering if the city then, right, because I asked for this at our last week's meeting in terms of how are we going to be as transparent as possible when it comes to spending this money. Are we waiting to hear the guidance from the Treasury before we start putting any of that out, or what? Or are we actually starting to think about where some of those funds will be used?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. We do have starting to work on a process for how we can make those presentations to you. If EFO would like to add to that, certainly that would be helpful. I know it's going to primarily go through his office to make decisions on how to present it to you all.
Okay, great. Thank you, Amy. And then can you go to slide 6, please?
My handy assistant, Mandy, will take us there.
Thank you, Mandy. Yeah, so part of this, right, I think for me, it's really important that we like really look at, because they're all kind of broad, right? But for me, I'm like, can we do this community analysis, this community needs analysis to really figure out how to best use these dollars? And I guess now I'm talking to really EFO, right, and his staff in terms of what is it that residents need in this moment? What is it that businesses need and nonprofits need in this moment? Because again, I think for me, residents is the most critical piece, right? We want to make sure that people who are having economic instability are really being the ones particularly targeted with these dollars, and ensuring that we are supporting the most vulnerable of families, residents, and of course, our business community, to include nonprofits. I did also want to make sure that, you know, I don't know if the economic recovery advisory folks are still meeting, but I think that it's very important that economic development, along with that board, do some educational pieces in terms of, yes, this fund is coming to us. What else was included in ARPA for the business and nonprofit community? How can they best leverage any funds? I mean, I think I'm not sure if it's through ARP or where, that there is a tax credit for businesses who provide paid sick leave to people who get sick from COVID. They can actually claim that if they provide that paid sick leave, they can claim it in their taxes at the end of the year. And so as much information, educational information that we can provide to our community about these funds and other funds, to me feels just really, really critical. Like, it's a huge moment, and I want to make sure that we leverage it to maximum capacity. And then the last thing I'll add, Amy, just in terms of budgets, I think that after our Transportation, Sustainability, and Infrastructure Committee last week, we heard from transit, and, you know, we know that transit has been definitely hard hit. And so I know that there's a ton of those transit, like you said, they're competitive, of course, but to me, those transit grants feel like it's one of the biggest priorities as well.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. Just a couple of comments, and then I'll let EFO discuss a little more. Yes, we are waiting for the final guidance from Treasury before we can really identify these. I think, you know, one of the ways that we can certainly be transparent is to utilize some of the plans we've already created with the community, such as Elevate Las Cruces. We can come up with a, objective measurement to rank various projects that might come forward. And yes, transit is always on the top of my mind. Dreaming of getting that transit facility completed before I retire is one of my personal goals. And that I have a long way until retirement, so I'm hoping it happens a lot.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I thought you were like breaking news right now or something, Amy.
No. I'm a long way from retirement, but I still want to see that facility done. And so, yes, we are working actively with every department on where they may have had some lost revenue or some negative economic impacts to identify and bring forward. And then if EFO is on and would like to comment more about the process he's been thinking about for how we'll bring those items to you, that would be great if he could comment.
Thank you so much, Amy.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Amy, and for the presentation, and Councilor, Mayor, and Council. So, like Amy said, I mean, we're waiting on our final guidance. Once we get that, we can come back with a plan of what we can actually spend, and get that all nailed down. But a couple of things that we just had a discussion in our executive meeting, team meeting. If we look at operations, if we look at things that we know for sure we can spend on, what happens is we're able to route the money that we would normally spend and be able to free that up. So all it does is frees money up on the back end for us. And so it gives us more time, more flexibility in some cases to be able to do what we want to do with it as a city. There's some things on our capital projects lists, certainly priorities of our budget that we know that we're trying to find money for. And if there's a way to route some of our operations expenses so that it can free up money on the back end, that's something we've looked at as well. But once we do get the final guidelines, we'll of course come back with the plan for council to look at. I think if we just came up with some suggestions and taken from some of the conversations we've had with all of you, and we'll have it in a form where you can pick apart and certainly express what you want us to move forward on. But again, just waiting on the final guidelines. But that's kind of where our mind is at right now, is what operations, what things that we can use to be able to route some of this money and make it up on the back end.
Thank you so much, Amy and Ifo. I appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to those conversations.
Councilor Bencomo, I think what you're talking about is, and I suggest that business owners contact their tax advisor, but I believe the IRS came out starting April 1st of last year through, I think, the end of the year, and I think they renewed it again with this new act, that if an employer paid out family medical leave or sick leave due to COVID, I believe they get a tax credit on that. So I just suggest that they contact their tax advisor on it.
And Mayor, that was extended through September, I believe.
Right. This new law goes to September 30th, 2021. So, okay, very good. Thanks for bringing that up. I believe it's Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Amy. I would agree with Councilor Vasquez that we have an exceptional grants department. Kudos to you and your staff of, is it now 2 or 3? Because we're not very big, right?
Mayor, Councilor Gondra, we are still at 3 people. We're fully staffed at 3 people. So, we can always use more because there are so many grants out there we could pursue, but we are doing great with what we have, and I'm pleased to see them and have them with me every day.
Mm-hmm. I bet, Amy. Well, we know you do an exceptional job, and kudos to you all with such a small group. But my question is to you. There's as you were listening to Senator Ben Ray Lujan's presentation with the rest of the group, I was on there as long as I could have to get into before I had to go into my next meeting. But there's a lot of moving parts, and so I want to make sure that I think we're all confident that you're going to go with, to try to get as much grant funding as you can, as it is made available. But do you have the FTEs to be able to do that, especially with the number of subject matters, right? And I just want to make sure that you have what you need so that we can get the best right bang for our buck, so to speak. And then what's a plan if maybe, we're going to have a certain level of priorities and we're going to need help, and how does that get communicated to Mr. Peely and his executive staff?
Right. Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Gondra. That's very wonderful of you to think of us. Right now, we are at a point where we can handle what comes out. Now, depending on the number of competitive opportunities and whether the current infrastructure bill goes through, that will provide us with additional opportunities to process. Some of those are quite detailed grant opportunities that you have to go through, because most agencies, rather than create something new or something simple, will fall back on some of their standard processes and to get it out and to get it to the community as quickly as possible. And so, of course, right now I can say, yes, we have a number of FTEs. We could always use more. Leanne is wonderful about identifying when we seem to be getting underwater. We do have a contractor that we've used in the past, Insight Consultancy. I think all of you know that. And we could go out to get quotes from some of those kind of organizations to assist if we're in shortage. They are wonderful about dropping everything and assisting us. And so that is an opportunity that we could look at, or some other organizations similar to that. One of the challenges that we see as we continue to move on is the ability to provide the match that some of these larger programs need. At this time, everything looks like they're funding us at 100%, but some of them may have, for example, NEH and NEA require a one-to-one match. So providing that match amount it may be somewhat challenging for some of the competitive grants. That's what we kind of foresee in the next year to year and a half, is that ability. And so EFO has been wonderful about helping us identify how to get additional help when we need it. So thank you for thinking of that, ma'am.
Thank you, Amy, for that response. I was hoping you would say and mention Insight. Thankfully, they've really helped, right? Us organize ourselves, to just get more funding, and they've been tremendous. So I would recommend that we, sooner rather than later, inform them that this is coming down the pike. We'll probably need some help in relation to some of these more competitive, or all of the competitive grant opportunities, I think.
Right.
So I appreciate you saying that. Then on number 6.
Excuse me, just one moment, Mayor and
Sorry.
Councilor Gondra. I must say that we have to follow our purchasing policy when
Of course.
hiring consultants, and Insight Consultancy is actually working for the county at this time. So we'd have to make sure there wouldn't be a conflict of interest on any of the things they might be applying for that we would also be applying for. So just a little bit of background there. They have been able to expand their horizons quite a bit through their work with us. So we would just have to identify what opportunities they could help us with and what they couldn't.
I appreciate that. I was under the assumption that they were still under contract from the last time I asked. And so.
Right. No, their contract ended January 31st of 2021. We brought them in for a one-time proposal that we needed to get done in March, that we were very strapped on, and that the city manager's office authorized us to hire them for. But they do have a contract with the county at this time. And so we just need to be considerate of what their conflicts might be with us.
Well, I appreciate that. And I wouldn't understand what a conflict would be if we are in the county, and we should be coordinating and collaborating our efforts with the county. And what a grant proposal it would be. You probably don't see very many city and counties working together on a competitive grant, right? And so I'm going to put a plug for that, because I always believe coordination and collaboration is the best thing at this point. So I don't really see the conflict, but right. You all figure all that out at moving forward.
Thank you. Yes, we will.
Yeah. And then Amy, on 6, I'm glad we're here on this particular slide. I had some question. Well, let me back up just a little bit. I see this just as kind of an update to the ARPA and kind of what is going to be made available, timeframes, those kinds of things. But my recommendation would be to EFO is to have a work session where council is really denoting, right, designating the priorities based on the needs assessments. I like Councilor Bencomo's wording there and her recommendation. I think this needs assessment is super important. Yes, we have former or past surveying and such, but things are so different now for a lot of our members in the community, our businesses, our nonprofits. And so whatever that looks like, I think we should either have focus groups as well, to really add to what the priorities should be moving forward, and then a work session so that council can again denote what those priorities are going to be moving forward. That's one thing I wanted to say. The second thing is as I mentioned, we have a lot of Elevate Las Cruces, and I know we have a broadband group that's meeting city, county, and other representatives, and it'll I think it's gonna be wise for us that we have done that, given what we're seeing at the state level, right, with funding and different opportunities. Those counties and actually municipalities that are more organized are probably going to be able to land some funding sooner rather than later. And so one of the priorities I want to say for me is the broadband, especially for our schools. And I don't know how much effort we've put into hearing from our schools, both at a local level and at a higher ed, and just residents, right? Where are those hot spots? I know that I've said this before, that Do It from the state of New Mexico provided a great presentation to Success Partnership related to sort of our barriers, gaps, where are the needs? And I shared that with Scott and EFO. And so we don't normally see those kinds of things, although council has been amazing to prioritize Wi-Fi in our parks and whatnot. But this, for me, the broadband infrastructure is something that I really want to see happen. And then, Amy, the essential workers piece, I'm assuming as it relates to the city of Las Cruces and those folks that were on, all of our folks at some point in time. Sure, we had the essential workers working, and we gave some, do we call it extraordinary pay? I don't remember the terminology, but how would this work with businesses or folks that, and I guess I know the answer probably, but I'm going to ask it anyway. How do we sort of help our impacted essential workers to include like our nonprofits and sort of our private businesses without hitting the particular law that we have with, and why is the name escaping me?
Anti-donation.
Thank you. Anti-donation. Yeah. And so how does the city sort of help, sort of more globally in that? Is there some things that you're thinking about related to this?
That's a great question, Councilor Gondra. Thank you for that. So one of the ways that the respond to or mitigate negative economic impacts for these residents, businesses, nonprofits, and local industry is that we can develop a grant program similar to what we developed previously that was funded by the state for local businesses and nonprofits. There's an application process. We could limit it for what they have available to do with the funding. There are a variety of methods that we could set up with that we could link it to the essential pay portion of this or the premium pay portion of this, but the premium pay portion is really intended for government and government workers that work through the crisis rather than businesses or nonprofits. But we could do something similar under this other category that would help local businesses and nonprofits. Again, we can do a lot of that work through our EDA or through our Economic Development Department, but we can also do it through nonprofits that would have provide for meeting the anti-donation. I believe that Jennifer Vega Brown is on. She might want to comment on that as well as to, but that is something that we have to keep in mind as we look at all of this is that, we're one of the unique states in the country that have anti-donation. So the majority of states are not going to, or local municipalities are not going to have the problems we have in distributing money to individuals, businesses, or nonprofits. That is unique to New Mexico, and we're all going to have to struggle with that. So if Jennifer, if you're on and could make a comment about how we can make sure that's kept in mind on all of our plans, that would be wonderful.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm not really sure what you had in mind. If you, we'll review everything, of course, for anti-donation. I don't know if you have what you have in mind. If you want to have a general policy that we use to follow when we're reviewing these things. The problem that New Mexico has, a lot of states have something very similar to anti-donation. Most states do, but it's more clearly defined in other states. And other states have a lot more exceptions that are part of the law. Our law doesn't have very many exceptions, and the area is just so gray. I think that's where New Mexico has all this confusion, because it's not clearly defined. But if you have in mind a rule or some kind of review process, I'm happy to entertain that. We're usually included when these types of reviews go through, so we try to catch them. But if you want something more standardized, we can certainly do that.
So if I may jump in real quick, Mayor Pro Tem and Jennifer. So I think, and it's a great question that Mayor Pro Tem posed, but so Jennifer, remember a while back when we had money, we had grant money that we were giving out? How was it that we were able to do that to businesses or who needed it and not violate the anti-donation clause? And I think that's where Mayor Pro Tem was trying to get at. And I'd like to know too, how was it, because it was federal monies used for that purpose, that allowed us to not have to conform to the anti-donation clause?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Jennifer Vega Brown. Yes, that's exactly it. If it was appropriated for a specific thing, there was an appropriation for a very specific thing from the federal government and from the state government. So that's it. Anti-donation didn't apply to that part of it.
Okay, so then I guess the question would be if we could look into ARPA a little bit further for that clarification and see if there's any wording that would allow us that opportunity to circle back and do something similar to like what we did with that grant funding, I think is what council probably would like to see. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
We'll look into that.
Okay, good. Very
Yes.
good.
Yeah. Thank you. I just, I don't want to belabor stuff. I know this was just an update to inform us about ARPA and whatnot. And I hope that sooner rather than later that we have a work session very specific to this, so that all of council can think about different things that we think should, we should be prioritizing based on data. I don't know how quickly we can turn things around. I think about like a leakage study that was done through economic development and some of our harder hit industries like tourism and hospitality, restaurants. And then I think about our essential workers that every day would go to work and providing food and, especially during those earlier times when there was so much fear and continues to be so much fear about I don't know how much more just because of the vaccines, but I want us to be really creative about how we use this, obviously following anti-donation. But I definitely want to have a different work session. And I think, Amy, that's what you were talking about, the county kind of having their work session, right? That's what I'm assuming is happening, very specific to how they're going to use this funding or the kind of priorities. And to me, I just see this, Amy, as you're informing, this is what it looks like, right? Given, and I super appreciate that because this is so helpful. And then understanding how we're going to get all this information out to the public, but what will the city do very specifically to address the needs that we found during COVID and moving forward. So I appreciate you and your staff, and I really look forward to the work session that I hope that we can have to discuss at more length. Yeah, Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor. Councilor Gondra, just a quick note. I believe the commission meeting tomorrow is very similar to today's meeting that I'm presenting to you, although they have developed a priority scale on some of the programs that they will apply to each of the ideas that are put forward for them. They have developed that. I have asked if that could be shared with us, and I believe that we'll receive that, and that's something we could similarly implement. Just a couple of notes on essential workers. We don't know if we'll be able to go back to the beginning of the crisis to help those workers. And on the essential workers, it's very important. They have very much clearly identified this is not to be a bonus and it's not to be a permanent raise. So it is meant to provide some back pay to essential workers that for that brief period of time when they were working. And until we receive the information from Treasury on May 11th, we really don't know how far we could go back with that. And remember that we have 3 years to spend this money. So we don't have to make decisions today or tomorrow on what we'll spend it on. We have a little bit of time to say, here's a clear priority for right now, but we'll look at some other priorities later on, just as a suggestion. But we do have some time to spend it where there's no time limit on when we make our decisions on the projects that we want to follow. So just as a quick reminder there, thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I think that concludes that presentation part.
Thank you.
Was that it, Eric, on the COVID-19 update?
Yes, Mayor, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go to the agenda items. We have item 4.1, which is council rules and procedure, and City Attorney Jennifer Vega Brown will be presenting.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I apologize. There's no PowerPoint because I didn't save it, I guess. I could only find part of it. So that's completely Jennifer user error. So Christine is going to help me share this so I don't mess that part up. But I'll just go through my notes with you. As you know, since about 2019, we've been trying to finish up these rules of procedure and it just keeps getting delayed. I'll just talk to you very briefly. I had meetings, I think, with everybody on this city council, individual meetings. We did not share information from what other councilors thought. It was just a one-on-one with me and giving input into what each city councilor believed the rules of procedure should include. This draft has been shared a few times. Everybody's had time to review it. The only change since the last time it was shared, there were two minor changes. One of them was the conflict of interest definition that was broadened just a little bit. And I believe the other one was that would be 3.4, and then the other one was 3.5. So I think those are the only major changes that have been made. The rules are intended to provide just a general guidance to the city council as to how both legislative hearings and quasi-judicial hearings should be conducted. I think we've expanded them a little bit so that they include things that help you in your day-to-day operation as a council. Those are minimal because the main focus of rules of procedure are to keep you in compliance with the law, whether that be a local ordinance, federal law, or state law. And so primarily when I'm looking at something like this, I'm looking at procedure that allows for a fair process. So there have been other suggestions that were recently made, and I'm going to add that amendment at the end. It hasn't been incorporated into this draft yet, but you will also see that as soon as we go through these. So if you want to just go through each section, or if anybody has any specific questions about things that have been added, just remember that you have rules of procedure. Some of them are included in the charter. Some of them are included in the ordinance. What I thought would be easiest is if you have one document where all of those rules are, and then you have some additional rules, because we're really lacking in the quasi-judicial proceeding rules. And that gets a little confusing when you have, for example, when P&Z has an appeal that comes before the city council, it's a little bit confusing in how that should run. So that rule for that is in here, is included as well. There are some rules about public participation that is left entirely to the chair, but there are some specific rules about how the chair can limit that if it's necessary. So sometimes that is a bit helpful. The most important part of these rules, I think, are to establish your expectations for your boards and commissions. These rules will also apply to them. So once you establish these by resolution, each board and commission will have to use them as well. And it kind of gives some consistency and some predictability, which is important for transparency. As long as the public has access to them, they know what can be expected and what can be anticipated at each meeting. So if anybody had any general questions, I have included when a rule was already established by the charter, that section is included in this draft, or if it was already included in an ordinance, the ordinance is also referenced. So there will be a reference to each section if it already exists. That way you'll be aware. For example, if you look at Rule 2.3, I included at the end of that the quorum. These are rules that are generally included in rules of procedure. You have that established in your city ordinances, and I referenced the article and the section for that. And that's done throughout. So if there's already an existing rule, the section is quoted and it's cited. So no, I think there were a couple of specific questions. If anybody wants to open that up for discussion.
Did you put the 3-minute limit of council members speaking in there?
That was yes. I didn't, but that was a suggestion from several people that there should be a limit. That can all.
Mayor.
I didn't put it in there.
You did not. That can always be waived and it can always be changed. And one of the best, a good part about this is by resolution. This is not by ordinance. So it's easy to amend. It's a living document, and as things happen and you need to adjust, that can always be done quite easily.
Actually, how Mayor Smith used to do it was 2 times. He didn't care how long, but it was just 2 times. You could talk. First time, and then the second time was follow up. And I thought that worked out pretty good. But so far, I think we're doing okay. Let's see, Councilor Flores and then Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jennifer. So this is an ordinance or just a resolution? You said resolution, right?
Yes, Mayor and Councilor Flores, this would be passed by resolution.
Okay, so 4.1, and so this 4.1 and this 4.3, and then subsection 3.4. What? Where are they? They're. I mean, it's not an ordinance. We're proposing a resolution, and is it out of our charter, or I'm just trying to figure out. For example, 3.4, you added conflict of interest has been added, but
okay.
3.5 has been added, but where do they come? And you said some of this is in our charter, but I don't know where. I'm just wondering where it's in the charter.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, when I first came to the city of Las Cruces, there was no singular location for rules of procedure. So there was a lot lacking. There were some rules that just don't exist. So after talking to a few people before, this was 3.5, 4 years ago, what I did was I did a survey of cities that are the same size as the city of Las Cruces or similar in other makeup. There were probably about 12 cities that I chose from, about 3 or 4 in the state of New Mexico, some in other states, to see what subjects are usually included in rules of procedure. So that's how I came up with the table of contents. These are the things that are normally included in rules of procedure for a city council. And then I made compiled that list of the most common topics and areas that are identified and addressed in rules of procedure, and then went through each one to see which one would conform the best to what we need. And that's, so confidentiality is normally included in something, it's normally included in rules of procedure. We didn't have it. And so I included a confidentiality. This is based also on our city policy. The city of Las Cruces has personnel rules, and in those personnel rules, there is a confidentiality rule. So it's basically incorporating that and making that applicable to the city council. And some of the numbering on this draft still has to be fixed. We added a few things, and we're going to add a couple, we're going to talk about one of the proposed amendments today to add. So the numbering is off, and I'll have to renumber everything. But so generally, that's how the topics and each subheading came into being. So I did a survey. I saw what the best practice would be, what most cities have, and then added in the things that we did not have.
Okay, so this is in addition to what we have in our city charter and in Robert's Rules of Order, which are also advisory. So this is like an advisory or a guide, but not an ordinance. So there's a lot of wiggle room for the chair or participants.
Yeah, no, I think so. Can you go to the public participation part?
What?
If Jennifer, if she can, you know, because we try to, especially when we eventually go back to in-person meetings, but you know, there was some people during last year that were so adamant and went so far to go to the Attorney General and report that we weren't reading all their emails. And Attorney General said, you know what, they don't have to. They just have to. You just have to be able to view it. And so, you know, I just want to. We do our best to you know, allow them. Okay. Well.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm back. I lost my connection.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Okay, a minimum of 2 minutes. Okay, yeah, because I usually let them have a little bit more. So, okay, good. That's good. So you just put the minimum in there, not the maximum. Thanks.
But it's also voluntary.
Well, yeah, it is. And, you know, for the most part, we'll let them speak. You know, it's just, and it all depends on who, you know, is going to speak. I mean, if there's 100 people, we're not going to, you know, 3 minutes is probably too much. Usually I'll limit it down to a minute or so. But I mean, I try to balance it out like that. So I just do it on the cuff.
Yeah, well, you've allowed people to, especially like when there's an appeal, like the zoning from the P&Z, and that's you do allow people to, like when they're, you know, the entire chambers is full, you allow up to about what, like one person or two persons to speak on behalf of the entire group.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Any more questions, Councilor Fotis, before I go to the others?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Vasquez and then Councilor Betastubi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, I think that this is a good step towards professionalizing our city council and administrative code. And I know we have talked for quite some time, I think, about various elements that are included in this particular update to our rules of procedure, or to include our rules of procedure with some updates. And I think that's a good thing. so I appreciate it, and I think this is the right way to move once we all can agree to some of the rules that are included in this document. The first question I have, Jennifer, is around the conflict of interest definition. And I know that in the past has been very explicit on financial gain, I think, right? I think that's the way I've heard it described before, and I believe maybe how it's in our charter. But this particular update has new guidance that states financial or otherwise. And so I think just the word otherwise, I think, can be interpreted in a million different ways. And wanted just to get your thoughts on the philosophy behind including such a broad definition of conflict of interest.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez. So it was suggested that we kind of broaden what was included in the ethics ordinance. There is a conflict of interest in the ethics ordinance. There's also a conflict of interest in the rules, the personnel rules. This one is more of a, perhaps not a non-financial. So I'm trying to think of an example. An example might be for somebody who's on a board or commission. If you have somebody who's on, this is completely random. So if somebody's who's on P&Z, they may be on that board, but they may also have an affiliation with, I don't know, a real estate agency, for example. And so that's not necessarily a financial, but it does present a conflict of interest if the city's doing business with a certain area that we're trying to acquire or something like that. It's not necessarily a financial, but it could be that you have somebody who's like on a nonprofit board, and then they sit on one of our commissions. That could conflict at some time.
Okay, and that makes sense. I agree. I mean, there's situations like that I think I've seen here since my time here, and so I appreciate that being addressed. Might it make more sense to instead say otherwise, to say financial or a conflict that serves one interest that could involve working against the other or something like that, or against the interest of the city, in a way to more accurately say what that otherwise is, or defining?
Yeah.
Or if I may jump in real quick, or just go to a vote, put something in there that allows that particular board, if they feel that, you know, after the member states their conflict, some may think it is, some may think it isn't, and then just vote on it, and, you know, just like whether or not they want to move forward. Let them vote or not. They say no, then majority says no, then they step out.
Yes, and Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, in that second sentence of Section A, it does kind of state that it can be more clear. A conflict of interest may exist when a personal interest or organizational interest might adversely affect a duty to make decisions in the best interest of the third party. So it's kind of a dual interest that it can be stated more clearly. I can state that more clearly, but that is what that means, that your decision, there's a third party, which the third party could be the city, but your decision making on this organization could adversely affect the city. So, but that could certainly be more clear.
I agree. I mean, I think, I just want to make sure that otherwise, that category of otherwise isn't, to me, it does not directly connect it to that other sentence in terms of the definition of what that means. So I appreciate some wordsmithing there, I think, just to make that what that otherwise is intending to say, which I totally agree with. And I agree with the mayor, too, in terms of the vote on a perceived conflict, if that is the desire. And I would say, Mayor, I don't know, this may be a question for you, but when often, you know, here on this body, folks declare that they may have or want to be transparent about a conflict of interest, such as, you know, a family member or spouse, whatever it may be, serving in a position that, you know, impacts some decision we're going to make or whatever it might be. And sometimes I think, all collectively agree that it's probably not a conflict of interest, but we appreciate having that disclosure. Would that be then the call of the chair to call the vote? Or would it be a mandatory vote every time that somebody expressed a conflict of interest? That might be something else to just make sure is clear if that is going to be a change in this policy.
Yes,
You may want, I'm sorry, you may want to incorporate either the chair or the majority of quorum can, because what if the chair says, I don't think so, and then the majority say, yes, I do, then as long as you have 4 members or more, then they just bring it up to a vote. Can you, I don't know how you could word that. I'm sure Jennifer can put that in there somehow.
yes, Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, I can word that. We can add that into section, we'll make a section F of how to deal with the conflict. Generally, that is how we deal with it, but we can certainly say that. And what the mayor just said, that it can be determined by the chair or the majority, that it can come to a vote for a decision making. I think also, as Councilor Vasquez, you made a good point in section A, and I'll have to work on the wording of that a little bit, because I think people have to understand that just because you know somebody doesn't mean that there's a conflict of interest. A conflict of interest is involved when you're on opposing sides and your decision can adversely affect the other side. So if you're on the same side, there's no conflict. And if you are not voting on something where there's a financial interest, but I think it can be made more clear. So I will try to do that and then present something to everyone.
Okay.
Excuse me, and Jennifer, you made a comment about P and Z. Are these rules just going to apply to council only, or us and any boards that we appoint?
Mayor and council, at the beginning, I believe, let me double check. At the beginning, the purpose is to apply to boards and commissions.
Okay, good. All right. Councilor Vasquez, were you finished?
No, I do have just one other
Go ahead.
quick comment here on, sorry. So in section 3.5, non-interference with administration, under item F, personnel matters, it reads public officials should not direct the city manager as to city personnel matters. City council is responsible for personnel matters related only to the city manager. I agree. I think we hire the city manager to make personnel decisions. I think often there can be a little bit of a blurred line in terms of just what the council's role might be as a whistleblower if there is a staff related concern. Just in case, there is a staff or personnel member that feels like going to their city council member is an opportunity for them not to be retaliated against for a personnel related decision or action. And so while I just want to make sure that this is clear enough that where it says should not direct, but can inform the city manager of personnel matters might be a good addition. Just to say, hey, I don't want to absolve my responsibility as a city councilor not to give information to the city manager about personnel matters if I have them. I've never really run into that issue, but I just want to make sure that there's some level of whistleblower protection there for addressing personnel issues.
Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, do you mean the wording is specific to directing the city manager? Would you like to include language that allows for the
yeah, maybe
inform?
But may inform. I would like, should not direct, but may inform the city manager as to city. I think that would perhaps just make sure that there's confidence in informing the city manager of those things if they come up. I don't know.
Okay.
That's just my thought on that one. And then here on the no, okay, that's it. That's all I have for right now. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, man.
Before I go to the next council member, right there on item E, you don't think that should be unless requested by a city manager and not staff? Because what if the city manager, wasn't requesting it, and it seems like staff can request it, and that kind of usurps the city manager. Was that meant to be staff, or was that meant to be city manager, unless requested by the city manager?
Mayor and council, that the request was for staff. You can certainly change that.
I don't know. What does council think?
Mayor, since I had the section here, if I may chime in real quick, I mean, I think I've been in instances where I've been asked to participate as to represent my district in a matter of my district without, I don't know if the city manager has always been informed of those. I may assume that they have, but for example, like a community meeting on a new bike path, right, that they are working on for the active transportation plan, and they want me there, or they want Councilor Gandara there. That's happened in the past, right? A couple of different times, and I've showed up to those meetings. And I don't know if the city manager was informed or not, but I thought it wholly appropriate to attend a meeting with the public on that. So I don't know if it should say city staff and manager, or with the consultation of city manager.
I think the city manager needs to be informed of this somewhere, because I want you to think of yourselves. You know, you're a manager. I think almost council members have all been in positions of authority. But imagine a member of your staff meeting with a board director, you know, and you not know about it. I don't know if you guys would like that. I know I wouldn't. I think the city manager needs to be put in there somewhere, even if it's just consultation, like you said. That's fine. But as long as they have a heads up, that's the last. You know, and also I think you're also doing it. It helps the city staff too, because that's just not. It's just not proper. That just doesn't, to me, doesn't sit well. I think the city manager needs to know when his staff is meeting with any council member at all times, in my opinion. And the public meeting is different. I'm talking, this makes it seem like it's very broad. 10 meetings with staff. Yeah.
So maybe we can add with consultation of the city manager or attorney. Since I think that's what the other definitions have included, both the manager and the city attorney. But I agree with you.
Just to Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, just to be clear, the city attorney shouldn't approve. Well, it's my opinion that like if a council member is going to go to a meeting, the city attorney doesn't need to approve that. I think that would be consultation of the city manager. The reason that it says this does not include the city attorney is because council members can ask the city attorney a question without permission from the city manager to ask that question. So that's why it's included in that portion, but it doesn't have anything to do with attending a meeting.
If I may, just Mayor, sorry, but what if it's a meeting with staff about the city manager? Then I would want to ask you, right? So,
yeah.
Just a thought.
Well, Councilor, then you need to let us know, and then we call a closed meeting.
It's just a hypothetical in terms of just making sure that if that ever happens, they can't be used against, the rules of procedure. Not that it ever will, but the legality of words, I guess, matters, even though this is just a resolution. But that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Abeyta-Stube.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jennifer and Councilor Vasquez, for your questions. I had one clarifying question. As we are adjusting the language for the conflicts of interest for council, since we also apply this to staff, other members of the board, all of our language will be matching then for all those statements in personnel, correct? We'll end up matching everybody.
Mayor and Councilor Abeyta-Stube, I turned off my camera because I keep losing connection. Can you repeat your question? I apologize.
Oh, that's fine. My question is with the conflict of interest statement, as we've adjusted the language here, I know during our board members, we always say any member of council, city staff. I'm just looking to see if we're going to match this new language to the whole group for city staff, for council, and for members. It's going to be inclusive of everybody.
Mayor and Councilor Betha-Stubbe, yes, it would match. All commissions and boards should match this. And city employees have their own personnel rules, which do align with this. So city employees have to still adhere to the personnel rules, but yes, everything else should it should remain consistent. This is a broader definition, so it will have to be incorporated. And if there is a resolution that passes your rules, they would be immediately provided to all boards and commissions, and we'll start doing work sessions with them to inform them.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that there's going to be a set standard for all those interacting in these spaces as well. And then this other one, it's pretty minor, but in 4.4, the use of electronic equipment with cell phones, it says that there should not be the use to be distracted. Does there need to be any language that also states in case of emergencies? Because right now it just only specifies you can only use it for an item relevant on the agenda.
Mayor and Councilor Betha-Stubbe, this language was taken from a resolution that was passed, and I can't remember the year. I believe it was 2019. It could be 2020. It's probably 2019. The city council passed a resolution regarding the use of electronic equipment. I think that it's specific to electronic equipment that was distracting. I think there was also a concern, and way back then.
Jennifer, it was a political ploy by a predecessor in District 2, not you, Councilor Betha-Stubbe, that was done in 2015. That was just claims that people were using their cell phone too much, and that's it. That's why and that's why we passed it, because it was an election year and just go along to get along.
Okay.
Nobody really abuses it. I don't see anyone talking on the cell phone. Once in a while, we have to reach out to a council member if they forgot to come in, or I don't know what the heck happened. Get a hold of staff or something. It just happens.
I mean, I get it. When people are trying to enter our Zoom meetings, we usually need to have our phones on hand to deal with any issues and stuff like that too. And so and then with this day and age, most people don't use home phones. So if there's an emergency or something like that, that's where they will be used to get a hold of the person. So I'm just wondering if we need to have updated language or look back on the resolution that had that.
Yeah, and I told that council member that, hey, my dad at that time was still alive, and I had to have my phone on, and my mom, thank God she's still around, and she's 91. I have to have my phone on. When my brother calls me, I answer that phone. I'm sorry, I just do. Whether, that's just the way it goes. So.
And Mayor and Councilor Betha-Stubbe, this came up after, and I think we had an IPA request, and I can't remember what it was for, but somebody was alleging that there was an Open Meetings Act violation because two city councilors, they believed, were discussing an agenda item via text message, which would be an OMA violation. There was no way for us to prove that. There was no way. So I think that's why this got renewed. The interest in this section got renewed. I don't think it's necessary to be very specific. I think as long as, like the mayor said, as long as it's not distracting and we're not violating the Open Meetings Act, you can use your phones. It's not an unreasonable thing. It's expected that you're going to gather information. I think somebody had accused one of the city councilors a few years ago of a question was asked and they got some information online, and then they read it and they said that was an Open Meetings Act violation. It was not. And so just things like that. I think that's why this was included, because it was already a resolution. And what we did was we gathered the resolutions that had to do with rules of procedure and then tried to include them. But this is pretty broad. And And like the mayor said, everybody's going to use their phone. There's no way around that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. See, Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Jennifer, for getting us these documents. Just to clarify, will you be talking about the logos later after this, or? Because you
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, yes, there's a proposed addition, and we'll share that as soon as we're finished with this discussion. We'll share the screen. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll save my questions. Yeah, in terms of the conflict of interest, I think given that I just recently had to do this, and you know, I recused myself from a vote and we turned off the camera, but there was, I guess, I'm curious in terms of when does a procedure come into play versus when, like, I knew I had one, right? And I decided to pull myself from that. Mayor did the same thing with another resolution. I'm just curious, though, at that point, for example, him and I decided that it wasn't brought to a vote. I'm curious in terms of what triggers that process then.
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, if you believe there's a conflict and you are stating it, then the council or the mayor can determine, as the language we're going to add. Normally, how we do it now is if you say, I believe I have a conflict, the council can just agree, no, you don't. But don't forget, you can have a conflict of interest and that conflict can be waived. So just because you have a conflict doesn't mean you have to remove yourself. So
Okay.
I think if you're requesting to waive it, or if you're requesting that one exists, you can choose on your own to just remove yourself. If you believe there's a conflict, there's nothing, in fact, you would be expected to remove yourself. Even if there's not a per se conflict, if you just think it's just improper, you can always remove yourself.
Okay. Is there language in here about waiving, asking for a waiver?
No, there's not. We can, okay. And I think to clarify that top portion, I'll add the language in and present that.
Yeah, I think that's super helpful. Let's see. Yeah, I also actually did wonder about in terms of like these applying to the council as a body, but then also in terms of like when it says the chair, if those kinds of things apply to then us as individual chairs of our PRCs, right? Like how does that all play in here?
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, yes, it would apply to the chair generally in any commission or body.
Okay. Okay, great. And then I had a question about on 3.3C, and I apologize, Mayor, I'm gonna have to put you on the spot a little bit, but I always just sort of had curiosity around, and I'm just gonna be very specific, but I'm sure it can be generalized. I just have this on my head because the legislature just ended. In terms of when the body makes a certain vote to support something or not support something, and then an individual one of us wants to advocate on that issue, whether it's opposing to what the council voted on, the majority of council voted on or not.
So like marijuana, you guys voted for it and I didn't vote against it. And I made contacts, as many as I could in the legislature to try to stop it.
Yes, correct. And again, so I apologize for putting you on the.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm well within my rights to do that.
Right. Okay. So given that you are within your rights to do that, I just wanted to make sure that it was, I think that that's made clear in here. And I think you do, Jennifer. I know that you've said like, this is my opinion and that not that of the entire council. And I just want to make sure, Mayor, I'm sure you're doing that, but I think it's just important that I wanted to raise that because it was sort of really present for me.
Would you believe that's the only time I've ever done that? I've never reached out to the legislature on anything other than, you know, for city stuff, but yeah.
Right.
Okay, just thought I'd let you know. Kind of interesting.
Right, so I guess that's right. So that's my question, Jennifer, in terms of like making that clear around like our own individual advocacy versus like the majority of council decided this thing. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, I'm not really sure of your question. Do you want to make it more clear when you're speaking on your own personal opinion? More guidelines as to when you say that? You can always have your opinion. What this rule prohibits is that you cannot say that that's the opinion of the entire city council unless it actually is.
Okay.
But you can always say you know, each council member is going to have a different perspective on just about anything, and you can speak to your perspective. You just can't represent that as the official position of the city council.
Okay. No, that's very clear. Thank you. My last question was around the social media piece, and so I really appreciate this. I think it's so important to have this as you state in here, the growing, changing environment on this. I'm curious, Jennifer, do you see a difference do you differentiate between like a social media account that's very much designated as like, this is my public elected official account versus the personal one? Or do you not differentiate that? Once you're an elected official, social media accounts are, you know, public record?
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, I think, well, one of the kind of confusing things, and I just realized I didn't do that, to include this city manager policy 1.12 and our rule 3.3. It would have been more helpful if you had those in front of you, because we're trying to stay consistent with those. So I will send those to you. And then when we do a final draft, make sure that everybody understands what that is. It would be social media sites in which you are discussing public business.
Okay, so it doesn't matter under what name you're using those, essentially.
Right, because it could be IPRED, even if it's on your personal account, but you're talking about city business because you're city official, somebody could IPRED that.
Okay, that's very helpful to understand. And that is all my questions, Jennifer. Thank you.
Okay, next is Councilor Flores. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jennifer. You touched on personnel, and but I don't know where it is in your presentation regarding our relationship with city manager. So I don't know.
And Councilor Flores, that's not necessarily covered by your rules of procedure. That's really covered in the charter. So
yeah, well, yeah, the 3.5. Yes, it is covered in the charter, and so it's non-interference with administration. Yada yada. Can you scroll down a little? Let's see. Personnel, yeah, F, subsection F, 3.5 subsection F. So 3.5 subsection F states that public officials should not direct the city manager as to city personnel matters, as opposed to shall not. So we shouldn't, but we're not forbidden. I suppose that means that. But more importantly, it says city council is responsible for personnel matters. The city council is responsible for personnel matters related only to the city manager. Well, under Article 4 administration, section 4.02 subsection B, subsections 1 through 7 inclusive, make it very clear. Under subsection B, the following language is stated. Personnel rules. The council shall maintain by ordinance a personnel system which shall include at a minimum reasonable provisions establishing, and it goes on down, and that's in the city charter. So, and all 7 subsections of subsection B of section 4.02 are clearly within the charter's parameters of the city council having, and each city council presumably one-on-one with the city manager, having discussions about personnel. In fact, we're supposed to have an ordinance, and I was wondering, number one, if we have an ordinance, and more importantly, it seems that subsection F under 3.5 is inconsistent with, it is inconsistent with Article 4, Section 4.02, subsection B, subsection 1 through 7. Well, subsection B. It is.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, there are a couple of things. First, there used to be, most personnel rules are City of Las Cruces personnel rules should mostly be by ordinance. If you look in the city code, there are personnel rule ordinance. There is a personnel ordinance. The problem that I've identified, and we've talked to our former HR director, at some point, the personnel rules were removed from city ordinance and they were changed into city manager policies. That was done before I got here, I think just a couple of years before I got here, and a general ordinance was put into place. Right now, it has been my suggestion and advice that we move the personnel rules back to an ordinance so that we can be aligned with the charter.
Okay.
Those specific items, and that's going to take some time. I started the draft, and then, as you know, COVID happened and we got sidetracked with a lot of things, but that's going to be addressed in that. We have to take all of the resolutions that we have had, all of the city manager policies and the ordinance, and now align them. So there's a lot that we have to do. A lot of the rules for personnel are by city manager policy. Now, the charter is specific to classification, pay and benefit plan, removal. Those are specific rules. That doesn't mean an ongoing discussion with the city manager on specific employees, because the charter also says that the council shall not interfere with administration. So, and it does say shall, and that is, so you have to kind of balance the general policies are not actual discussions in how those policies are applied. Once you have a policy in place, the application of that policy is administrative. And so that's where the city council cannot be involved with personnel when it becomes that administrative. But you're correct that these 7 things that are listed, I do believe should be more specific in our code. Right now, they're not. They're in our city manager policies, which are not even passed by resolution. So
right.
I have recognized that, and actually, and I have talked to Mr. Peely about that, and he's aware that we are working on revising. They need to be revised.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this, but but somehow, Jennifer, then in subsection F, we can't tell the city manager to hire someone or not hire someone, to fire someone or not fire. We can't get involved at that level. That I think we all understand that. But I think we have a greater responsibility. This makes it look as if we can't talk to, and that's what a previous city manager made it very clear to Councilor Vasquez and I think we've been counselors for about 2 hours, and he called us into his room, his office, and told us that we were forbidden from speaking to staff. And then I remember Gabe saying, "What? I get elected as a public official, and now the city is telling me is infringing on my First Amendment rights." I don't know if you remember that, Gabe, but it was really a shocker. And then he later explained to me that it was because we can't get involved with personnel matters. Well, saying hello to someone in the hallway is quite different than or saying what a nice day, talking to someone is quite different than directing personnel. But is there any way then, Jennifer, as far as for purposes of this document that you're doing, can you put at least in parentheses that, or something, some reference, because personnel matters is pretty broad, that last sentence in subsection F. The council is responsible for personnel is related to the city, related only to the city manager. Because we can direct him insofar as 4.02 personnel system, the subsections B through and 1 through 7 specifically. And we need to have that ordinance. I hope that comes soon. This says the classification of all city positions based on the duties, authority, and responsibility of each position, with adequate provision for reclassification of any position whenever warranted by changed circumstances. So we can't get down to the actual hiring like the HR person would, but we're definitely, policies and procedures, yada, yada. So maybe if there could be something, I don't know, in subsection F that makes it look as if we have nothing to do with personnel matters. Maybe
Mayor,
in parentheses say, except for personnel, except for a policy regarding personnel system, see section 4.02 of the code, excuse me, of the charter, something like that. I don't know how you.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, the charter is specific to the merit principles and personnel rules. In my, just in the vernacular that I'm used to using, a personnel matter has to do with a condition of employment that would have to be more, it's more general, like a discipline matter, or if somebody had another HR issue. Those are personnel matters. A personnel rule is quite different in my opinion. So the charter is specific to the merit principle and personnel rules. A matter is just a more general day-to-day operation type employee situation. So I don't know if that, if you would like to further define that. What I think when I read this section F, the city council is responsible for the city manager as your employee, just as the city manager is responsible for all other employees. So those are employee issues, employee matters. I don't know how else to characterize the day-to-day operations of employees other than calling it a personnel matter, but it's different than a rule.
Okay. Somehow, well, maybe it's just counterintuitive, or maybe, yeah, it's counterintuitive. Just because we do have that directive, we have a directive that is very, contradictory in that counterintuitive language as to administration. Okay, well, nobody else feels that there should be, that there's no problem there.
Councilor Flores, I just thought, as much as we like to hear you talk, I just want to let you know that that interference is there again, and just thought I'd let you know. I don't know.
Okay, I thought you wanted me to go on, or calling time.
Oh no, that's fine, but I'm afraid of the public who's listening, their ears, how it's just that all that crackling noise is really.
Okay, well, I'm very sorry about that. Thank you, Jennifer. I don't know, and thank you, Mayor. I don't know if I think if it's clear to everybody else that personnel matters, that we're only responsible for the city manager, so be it. So long as we know differently. Thank you.
Mayor and council, just to point out in the charter in section 2.05, subsection C, interference with administration, the charter states that neither the mayor, council, nor individual councilors shall in any manner usurp the administrative authority of the city manager set forth in Article 3. So I think that this rule is consistent with that. It's the same meaning. We can match the language more if you would like, and then cite to that section of the charter. That's what we've done in other sections, is when there's a charter rule or ordinance that already exists, we cite to it. So that can be done in this section if you'd like.
Now we can't hear you at all, Counselor.
Aren't you happy you can't hear me?
Well, I was going to let you go on and just say, okay, thumbs up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you, Jennifer. I started to say that, yes, that language there in 2.05, whatever, subsection C, is perfect. I think that that's exactly what subsection C says in the charter should just be transferred over and replace section F, in my humble opinion. There'd be no problem with that. It's picking up the correct language. Because that communicates exactly how we're supposed to behave and conduct ourselves. So thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, Jennifer, on 3.4, the conflict of interest, I wonder if we can omit the word confidence, and just in the way that it's used is subjective in my mind. Is that?
What word, Mayor Pro Tem?
The public officials shall conduct themselves in a manner that justifies the confidence placed in them by the people. To just eliminate that and just put, because it's about integrity and ethics, right? That we discharge them at the utmost level. Because in essence, not everybody votes for us. So I felt the word confidence is subjective in nature. And I'm wondering if we get to it by saying that public officials shall conduct themselves in a manner of integrity and ethical, whatever. I just think, I don't know how everybody else feels. That was one of my suggestions. And to, 3.5, the attendance thing, I hate to belabor it, but this does not take into consideration that each of our staff are our constituents, right? I mean, in what I mean is, like, I have people who live in District 1 who happen to be a staff who live in my district that might be coming to me to talk about certain things, and the only way that they get to have that information is because they're a staff person. So I'm still uneasy about that piece, the attendance of meetings. And I'll give you an example prior to, I mean, we all have at different times, or not all of us, but I know I've had certain staff schedule a meeting very specifically to address things like insurance, health premiums, those kinds of things. And should they not do that? I guess I just feel very concerned. I think it's very interesting, and I've talked to IFO about this, that staff is being discouraged to talk to us. You never hear from staff, even like in the county. The county has staff, they have an agenda item very specific to addressing any kind of issues related to the county, or their concerns about whatever issues they might have. This very much discourages staff, especially under other administrators. I don't think that's okay. I think that staff either be clear that they're under, operating there because I am their city councilor and they would like to have a conversation about A, B, or C. I just feel that needs to be teased out more, and I'd like to encourage us to do that.
So Mayor Pro Tem, if I may,
Yeah.
you retired from the state, you worked under CYFD.
Yeah.
Imagine if the secretary of CYFD is there and the governor is there, and let's say the governor happened to be not one person but a council. That's just like you going directly to the governor and the cabinet member not knowing that you're talking to the governor directly. It's kind of like that. That's why I just think that they should at least be consulted. They should at least know. Because what if you tell the governor something and their staff and the secretary doesn't, wasn't aware of it? They're going to look at you like, well, why didn't you just run it by me? I would have told you that. And, you go directly. That's I think is the same thing. What you do is you have maybe a family member, because if they live in the same house, they're still constituent. But it's what the council wants. But I'm just telling you that I think, in fairness to the manager, that they be at least notified. And using that example that I just shared with you, I would think that I would be hesitant if I was a director and going directly to the governor and I'm bypassing the secretary. I don't know if I'd do that, but maybe you would. I don't know. Maybe you've done it. I have no idea. But
Well, I've had this situation occur, but quite the opposite, where the governor was coming to me and having a conversation and bypassing all of their secretaries, right? And the thing that, so I was her employee, right? And I had to listen to whatever it is that she was asking or suggesting, right? And then the idea was, so I understand going back and talking to my immediate supervisor that has occurred. Did it cause some conflict? And, yeah, sure, it did. And I understand that I'm not even sure if because we've had this conversation before, all of us. And I'm not even sure that our city manager even agrees with this particular item or not. And I don't want to put him on the spot, but I don't agree with it. And I think there are some folks that don't agree with it either. And I think that there are some staff that take it and directors that take it very literal. And I don't think that's a good way of doing business, frankly. And so I think each and every staff member have a right to talk to their city councilor if they live in the city and want to address issues. And that's not, they're not free to do that under those circumstances.
And Mayor Pro Tem,
Mayor.
if I may, yes, Jennifer.
Just, thank you, Mayor and Councilor Gondeta. Let me just clarify one thing. This rule has to do with the city council's interaction with staff. Just like we were talking about how city staff interacts with council, that's determined by the city manager. The city manager can prohibit that. He can limit that. If there's a city manager policy or rule that the city manager wants to put into place that prohibits city staff from going to city council, that's an administrative function. And the city manager can determine how that is. This has to do with the interaction of city council taking the initiative with city staff. So those are two different things. When a city employee takes the initiative to a city councilor, we all have to follow the rules that are in place, that the city manager has put in place, and how that contact can occur if there needs to be information. So that's an employee rule. This is it doesn't go both ways. This is just from elected officials, appointed officials.
I understand. I understand it's the city. I know that we're addressing our rules of engagement here.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, I came from the county from 1992 to 2000, and I don't know how it is now. I doubt it. I doubt if staff interacts with the commission without the manager knowing it. But they did that for for a long time that I was there. And I'm telling you, it was very hectic for the management team because everyone was talking to everybody. Staff was saying, well, you know, the commissioner said I could do this. And the manager's like, well, you can't do that. I think it'll just cause too much problem. I think as long as the manager, all I'm saying is in 2005, when Terrence Moore was city manager, he began to allow that opportunity for council members to speak with staff as long as the ACMs or the manager was copied. That's all. It's just that simple. I don't know how difficult, you know, if they really want to talk to you, then, you know, just copy them. Just say, EFO, is it okay if I talk to whomever? Yeah, sure, it's fine. You know, that's it. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it sounds like you want to be able to talk with them directly and the manager not know. You know, and that's, well, that's then let it go with it saying just has to be manager, needs to be consultant. I mean, I don't know how many examples I need to give, but I'm telling you.
You don't need to give any more examples. I understand your point very clearly. You don't agree with it, and I don't agree. So that's okay. Moving forward, I don't want to have to engage in staff conversation. I just know that I have been in certain opportunities and based on whatever people's assumptions are, that they will assume that I've engaged in, and you've done it. You've assumed that I've engaged in conversation with staff when I have not. And we've had that dialogue back and forth. I'm just saying that I think that this is a crazy rule. I don't agree with it. And that's it. I won't go any further. You don't have to agree or not. I know you don't. And that's okay.
Okay. Let's see. Was that it? Councilor Beta-Stubbe, you're next.
Thank you. A final check-in. When it comes to social media, since there are going to be these rules in place and since those items will go under IPRA, I don't think it necessarily accounts for all the different ways social media is used, like this, you know, story functions that are timed and then not saved. And so I think there needs to be a discussion about that. And if possible, perhaps the city have official Facebook per counselor that we use, and then whoever steps in as a council takes over that site for their term, and then it's left. So people are trained for the site. It's not based on a counselor itself. It's based on the position, and they can use it that way for that official business, because we are being approached on social media daily, practically, about all sorts of issues. So I think we're always going to be approached. So if we have a better mechanism in place, we might want to think about that. And then we're going to really have to look at those types of functions that are available and how they apply with IPRA requests as well.
Councilor Beta-Stubbe. Oh, go ahead, Jennifer.
I'm sorry. Mayor and Councilor Beta-Stubbe, I was just talking about this a couple of weeks ago with our city clerk, because it is becoming more and more difficult with IPRA. We got a big IPRA request and some litigation that we're involved with. And so we started looking at what other cities are doing, and they do provide a page on their city website. And it does have other details about what the city councilor is doing in their district. It has information. I think Councilor Gondeta had discussed this also. So I think that that's a very good idea, especially given IPRA and the difficulties that we have with it. So the city clerk and I had talked about it, and we'll continue to look into that and present something to the city manager about that.
Okay, great. And, you know, just the way that people expand and have these types of conversations nowadays, you can post something that's, you know, about family or just off topic. And in those conversations, it can become, you know, a small question about policy. And so I think that if this is going to happen, we might want to formalize those communications then.
Councilor Beta-Stubbe, I can tell you, I don't want another Facebook account. I tell them, please do not send me stuff on Facebook. Email me. I don't, this is going to sound silly, but I just discovered how to use Messenger like about a year or 2 years ago. I never even knew about that. And then I go in there are messages for 2 years ago, basically slamming me that I don't respond to them. Well, I don't know. I get 500 emails a day. I try to start doing from 5 to 7 in the morning. And, that's the last thing I need is another Facebook. Just email me. And that makes things easier for IPRA. This is what I've got. I mean, I don't know. I don't want another Facebook. Because I learned a long time ago that a lot of them, they don't even live in the area. They're trolling somewhere out of the city. Yeah, there's some that are, but just email me and just let me know what I can do, and that's about it. And let me just publicly say, for those of you who are watching, please don't use Facebook to contact me, mayor@loscruces.org. Just that simple.
Well, thank you. I think that's the one great thing that we all bring to the table is that we all have different forms of communication styles and are all adapting in different ways and have different audiences for that. And so I do think this is one way that perhaps our audiences read out in such a way, and we do need to adapt policies for these new audiences and technology mechanisms. And then, to be honest, during my term here, I want to train my constituents to look at items for District 2. So it's not about a person, it's about the district. And they'll always be able to find their stuff. They'll always be able to have this access towards people, whether I'm there or not. And that's the type of communication. I'm doing some other stuff that I'm going to be training my constituents to go see too, because I want them to still get that access. And that way, when you're done, you're not going to still get emails from people afterwards with your personal stuff. They would all be going to that mayor Facebook instead, and you could leave it behind when you were all done with it. So I just think it's just a new platform, and we just need to adapt for that.
Well, like I said, I think if you make it optional, if you guys want to have your own city Facebook, I don't want one. Because I'm not going to be, that's
fine. I think we need to have that structure in place for those that do.
Sure, yeah, whoever wants it. I'm just saying, don't sign me up for one. That's all. I don't want to know.
Great, but I still would like one, and I think that having that formal thing would be good.
Very good. Well, I think that's it, unless your hand just popped up, Councilor Flores, or was that from before you forgot to put it down?
Apologies, forgot to put it down.
No problem, no problem. Okay.
Mayor, we have one more section of this. Sorry, we'll go through this very quickly. There was a suggestion a couple weeks ago about an addition. I haven't had time to, nobody has, only the entire city council has not seen this, and it hasn't been incorporated, so it would have to be numbered and placed in a section. But this is the section regarding the use of city letterhead and city logo. There was some confusion about when that should be used and how it should be used. So this is a proposed rule, and of course it can be amended, changed, shortened, lengthened, whatever you need. Sorry. Okay. The primary portion is highlighted. That the primary use of the city letterhead is to communicate official council positions on matters of public concern. It is the role of the city council to communicate these positions. So that would be kind of what Councilor Bencomo was talking about before. If there's an official position that has been taken, that's when city letterhead could be utilized. So I'll just open it up to discussion.
Or if you state that this is my position only and not that of council, I think if it's a matter of public opinion, public ordinance or law, I think council members, including myself, should be allowed to use whatever logo or letterhead if it's pertaining to city business, but as long as they state it. Now, mine's a little bit different because I need to state this is just my opinion and not that of council.
Yes, and that is addressed in number 4 in the last sentence of number 4. It must be made clear that any opinion expressed by an individual is that member's opinion only.
Looks like we have Councilor Bencomo and Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Jennifer. So I guess my concern then would be that if I want to express an opinion different than what the majority of the will of the council was, then that shouldn't be on city logo, right? Because to me, if I was reading that, I would think that that's official city correspondence. Is there, or have we ever thought about, and I don't know, sorry, Mayor, I don't know if you have individual, like an Office of the Mayor logo or not. To be honest with you, I haven't noticed if you do, but perhaps that's also much like Councilor Betastuvi's idea on social media platforms, that there be specific logos to specific districts. That way, when the counselor for that specific district is providing some sort of communication to the public, that it be from the office of District X. Because it does, I guess I am somewhat uncomfortable in terms of one of us providing communication that is opposing to the will of the council. And so I feel like that's a bit of a gray area for me.
Councilor, as long as you put down, if you want to use, if it's a matter of public, if it's a public, issue, I don't see why you can't just, you can use the city letterhead, just say, I'm speaking on behalf of myself only and not that of council, and I don't support this.
I don't know if Jamie is on. I mean, I think that when I've done letters to my district, I'm pretty sure, right, we use the city logo, whether it's a letter or a flyer or whatever, right? But I guess in terms of like explicitly naming an opinion on a matter, on an issue, on a policy issue, to me that feels more significant than, in order to delineate, like, this is absolutely my personal opinion, which I guess you can say that in the communication as well. But I think that message carries a much different weight when it's on a city logo.
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, this rule number 4 does allow for that. Individual council members may use city letterhead or the city logo in correspondence on all matters concerning official city business, including a council member's independent opinion on any official matter. So are you saying that you want it to be, that you want it to be more clear when it is an independent opinion?
Yeah, to me, it feels like if I'm expressing an opposing opinion that differs from the majority of the council, for example, and that's just one example, that I think it carries a lot of weight when it's on a city logo, as opposed to if it was, I liked earlier that Councilor Vasquez used the word professionalize. I thought that was very good. And in terms of continuing to professionalize these positions, perhaps having logos or some sort of communication graphic that is saying from District 4 counselor, right, for example, or just each individual district would have that, to make sure that it is very clear, explicitly, because I think on matters of opinion, in terms of, like I said, a policy decision, are really different than me informing my constituents about happenings at the city at the end of the year or whatnot, or inviting them to a particular meeting or whatever. I do think that it just feels like when it's on city logo, that carries some weight to it, and that perhaps can be construed as this is city opinion. This is the opinion of the entire council.
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, we have, I don't know if this is what you're talking about. Like, for example, the city attorney's office, we have our official city letterhead that everybody uses, but then each department, I believe, has like a watermark that's unique to that department, and it's at the bottom of the page. So when I send out a city letter as the city attorney, I use that letterhead. So it's the official city logo, but at the bottom it says Office of the City Attorney, and it has our own logo. I think every department has that. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, and we could incorporate that into each district, because I don't think that would be hard to create.
Sorry, Jennifer, finish. I'm sorry.
No, I'm finished. That's my question to you.
And one other thing, Councilor Bencomo, that and I'll share with you what I do. There are times where someone wants something from me. Of course, I won't use a city letterhead, but I'll just put, before I used to have special stationery made up just with my name, Mayor Ken Miyagishima. I put 1510 South Solano. I wouldn't use City Hall, wouldn't use the city logo. I use my title. That's my title. But it was something I paid for. Nowadays with the computer, you can just type it in there. In fact, I do that. I don't buy letterhead anymore, and then get some nice paper, just put it in there, and you can have a letter that way. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not using a city logo. You're not using taxpayer money. You're using your title, and you're not using 700 North Main Street as City Hall address. Everything's all personal email, personal phone number, but it has your title in there. You're a counselor. And that's just the way you are. You're a counselor 24/7. Call yourself Counselor Johanna Bencomo, but just I wouldn't put City Hall's address. You'd put your P.O. box or your home, whatever, but there's nothing wrong with that.
No, certainly not. But I do think in terms of, again, professionalizing this position, I do think it matters that that's exactly what I meant, Jennifer, in terms of what you had just mentioned. I don't believe that City Council has that individual, unless we do, and I've just never seen it. No one's given it to me, but I don't think we do, right? I don't think we have like an individual logo or for some sort of graphic that says this is strictly from the office of this district. And I think that that's important. And I hear you, Mayor, right? Like and I think it's important that you've done that. And I guess I have too, to be honest with you. But again, in terms of uniformity and figuring out procedures and policies that, again, professionalize this position, I think that that's important. And I think it's even been unclear to me on whether, I was very excited that Councilor Vasquez invited me to participate in a press release around cannabis. And it's also very unclear in terms of when can counselors in our professional position as counselors say, I want to have this press release out. I have an opinion about a thing and I want to work with PIO to have a press release. I think that that's also guidelines that I would like to see and have for us.
Personally, Counselor, I don't see why you just, go through EFO, get communications. I think you can put press releases out, try to keep as many as you want. I don't see that being a problem.
Right. And again, Mayor, I think and I love your attitude towards it because but you've also been here a long time. You're like, yeah, I don't, right? Like for someone who's newer and trying to figure out how to navigate this whole thing, I think it's good to have all of these, things in writing and presented to us when we first take this office to better understand how to communicate with our constituents. I think it's important. And, you're very comfortable with that. And honestly, I would be too, if I knew, for me, if it was.
I have to smile because I didn't come up with that. Let me tell you where I found that out is years ago, Senator Domenici, Senator Brinkman, they sent me something and it wasn't official and they sent it to me in their own letterhead. And I go, wow, that's a pretty good idea. I guess I'll do it. If they can do it, I'll do it, And so I guess it's just throughout the years. And also years ago, there was I won't say who, but there was a state legislator. He's not in office anymore. He sent it on his official letterhead to wanting to know to various financial institutions if they wanted to refinance his family's apartment complex. Oh, yeah. And then to top it off, he used the state postage too. Now that is clearly wrong, and he got dinged for that. So, I mean, this happened 30 years ago, but these are things that I, put away in a drawer, and I remember these things, and that's why I do them. I don't. They're almost everything I've shared with you. I've seen another elected official get, clobbered for doing things that they shouldn't be doing, and those were best practices then, and they still seem to work okay now.
And sometimes we have a saying in my other job that says, how do you hold people accountable for what they don't understand? And so I think it's important that as a city, we are very clear about the boundaries, the lines, the guidelines, so that honestly, I don't want my predecessor to have to sort of figure it out. I think it's important that, as many things that we can have in writing. And I feel like Jennifer and her team have started that conversation with this. And so as clear as we can be about our position and how to best utilize it and communicate with it, I think is important.
Yeah. Was there a specific question you wanted to ask Jamie Rickman, because she's available?
Yeah, I forgot what I think in terms of like, Jamie, when we come with you in terms of, I want to communicate such, this with my council, with my district, do you normally use the city logo? And
yes.
I mean, I'm sure the answer is yes. I just
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and Councilor Bencomo. Yes, we do that. For example, when we sent out the information, I think it was around December, for your constituent newsletter, we branded it very much with your name, District 4, and the city, of course, all in conjunction. And we do that for all councilors. And then also with regular mailings about meetings and things like that, of course, it's co-branded with the city of Las Cruces, plus indicating the councilor name and the councilor's district. And one thing that kind of plays into this a little bit, it doesn't deal with letterhead, but it does deal with a program that we're working on in community engagement in terms of identifying council districts distinctively. And so that's coming on board very soon. We're working with a couple of you as models for the other counselors as well. So we are leaning already toward the distinction of individual districts, not to necessarily focus on you as a person, no offense, but focusing on that district identification.
Yeah, no, I actually love that. And you use the right word on branding, right? And it doesn't have to be me as Joanna Bencomo, but Councilor of District 4, right? And I think that's important. Thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And while we're talking about it, just an FYI, I've been doing this since I was elected mayor, but that gold flake that you see on my letterhead and both business cards, I pay for it. I pay for that. I've always had. It's a little bit extra. I get a separate bill for that because I don't think the taxpayer should be paying for that. So I've been doing that since 1992 and 93. I got called out on that once by a former commissioner, and I had a receipt that said, well, I pay for this. So just thought I'd let you know since we're talking about it.
No, that is interesting, Mayor, because I've been recently thinking about doing some branding of my own, and I'm like, how does this, do we pay for it from our city council fund? I pay for it myself? And so that's helpful to hear you say that. But those were all my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. I think it's Councilor Vasquez is next.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. I just will chime in here quickly that I think having a letterhead both for print and digital version, but let's face it, probably mostly for digital version because we don't even pre-COVID, we're not sending a whole lot of letters to folks. That we should just put the city logo with 4 lines. It says Office of District 2 or Office of District 3. I mean, that is incredibly easy to do, and we could each have our own city letterhead. I've been asked to provide recommendations as a city councilor for people for different positions, graduate positions, job positions and things like that. And so it would be nice, I think, to have that letterhead available for those situations. again, probably just to send a PDF version or digital version. I think we just got an email from one of our city councilors in El Paso with her own letterhead on it as well, right? I just think that's kind of the standard for a lot of cities that have perhaps more staff and more professional folks working in administration. But, you know, I think it's a little thing that we can do to just make sure that our correspondence is personalized. And even if it is something like a press release expressing an opinion, I mean, oftentimes these political battles are won in the court of public opinion, and being able to send something out with your own letterhead to the media or to use it for other purposes, I think would be a good thing. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor.
I have to smile because I used to type them. There was no computer back then, and I had to, if I made a mistake, I has to go back and use that little whiteout. So now with today's computer, it's easy. It's nice and no mistakes. So now things have changed. Okay. I think that was it. I thought I had another hand up. I guess not. Okay. Jennifer, is there more?
No, Mayor, that's it. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, very good. Very interesting stuff. Good dialogue. Thank you, everyone. So we're ready to move on to the next one, it looks like. So that's 4.2, limiting the use of single plastic bags. Lisa LaRock. You still using that gas-fired internet there, Lisa? I guess so. Well, she's probably having trouble getting on. So let's go ahead and move to. We'll give her a minute or so. Let's just go ahead and move to 4.3, the water and wastewater development impact fee allocation. Delilah, didn't mean to catch you off guard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Delilah Walsh, Utilities Director. And just for information, it's the electricity that drops your internet, never gas.
I know, I'm just messing with you.
Let me move to share my screen with you and we'll get started. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Again, Delilah Walsh, Utilities Director for the record. Today's presentation is to discuss the development impact fee allocation for the City of Las Cruces water and wastewater impact fees. Just to give you a quick overview of what these fees are, these are a one-time payment for growth-related infrastructure. They cannot be used for operations, maintenance, or replacement within the system. They are not a tax, but a land use regulation. 3 requirements must be met. Need, that means growth is creating a demand for system expansion. Benefit, infrastructure gets built in a timely manner, expands capacity, and contributes to the system redundancy, and it is proportionate. In other words, new development pays its fair share.
I can't believe this is happening again. I mean, I came on 10 minutes early. I practiced. It's just like.
Lisa, I think you're not muted.
Oops. Oh, you know what?
Okay, go ahead.
Shall I continue, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, please.
Okay. The development impact fee is assessed at the time of platting and the lot and is collected for commercial accounts at the time we issue the permit for the plat. That's when we collect 100% of the fees. For single family residential accounts, we collect a portion at the time of permitting and then the remainder when a new residential account is set up for the utility services. And at that time, we require proof of ownership, copy of an ID, and we also offer a payment plan option only to residential customers. So just to give you a historical background and so you understand, we have a different type of allocation than is seen anywhere else when it comes to water, wastewater. This happened back in 1995 and council rescinded the previous DIF resolution and adopted new charges pursuant to the Act for city parks, water, and wastewater service. Now for water and wastewater, that resolution further split the DIF between the developers the end use customers, that means the homeowner of that single family home, and the rate base. The rate base is the entire system. So the entire wastewater system customers, as well as the entire batch of customers for the water system. So it is a different kind of allocation. Under that 1995 resolution, this is what it looks like today. For the water diff, the builder pays 50% up front at the time of permitting. And then when we actually permit the home, the final certificate of occupancy, and we collect the diff for the new connection, the customer, the homeowner, pays 28% of that diff. And then the rate base, the rest of the system, absorbs the other 22%. The same is similar for wastewater, wherein upfront at permitting, the builder pays 50%. And then when we connect the account, the end user is 20% and the rate base absorbs 30%. So new development utilizes this increased capacity, which extends and enhances the system-wide fire flow. And we have improved system redundancy as well as service availability throughout the service area. So just to share something that Dr. Jorge Garcia shared with me, our past director, he explained that back in 1995, the discussion was that the molecules can't be separated. But the bottom line is, when we go back to the DIF Act, it is new development supposed to pay for that infrastructure expansion. So last time we talked to the council and you asked us to come back to the work session because the DIF fees are already set by the Las Cruces Utilities Board. So the amount is not something that we're discussing. We have to follow state law when we set the DIF amount. It's based on infrastructure costs and the cost of expansion. And so that's all done on a very set formula and is automatic. We don't mess with the part of the fee. But what the council can do is let us know if you like the resolution as is or if you'd like to change it. So again, I've listed on this slide on the left side is the current resolution and the current DIF allocation pursuant to Resolution 95-368. The options for you are we can rescind and replace that resolution. And the options I heard back from the council were that A, we allocate the entire DIF to the builder developer at the time of the permit, or B, we allocate the DIF between the end user and the builder developer, meaning that we eliminate the rate base from this process or from this allocation. No matter what you decide, the DIF will be paid by the end user, by the homeowner. So in other words, if you were to choose option A and you allocate the DIF to the builder developer at the time of permit, they're just going to pass that through to their customers when they buy the home. And so that cost is a pass-through cost that will happen and increases the cost of the home. If we separate the allocation, the DIF between the end user homeowner and the builder developer, we will continue to offer a payment plan for homeowners. So the builder developer, let's say you decide they pay 50% and then the end user / homeowner pays the other 50%, we will continue to offer a payment plan for those homeowners. Just for your information, when that home is sold at closing, that's when the DIF is paid off. So if you've set up a payment plan for 5 years and you still have 3 years left and you've sold your home, that DIF gets paid off at the time of closing. Just as your mortgage fees and your title insurance is paid at closing, DIF is included with those fees whenever you transfer ownership. So the payment plan ends and the entire amount is due whenever you have an ownership change. We did an online presentation on the city's website, so I explained this history, but what the allocation is. We didn't receive comments at that time. The outreach office also coordinated notice to community developments listserv, and we didn't receive comments there. We did give a full presentation to the CIAC in February, and as you know, the CIAC is responsible for listening to projects and how we use those impact fees in parks, fire, water, and wastewater. CIC did submit a letter of comments, and those were forwarded to the council by the city clerk, but that was all we received.
Okay, let me thank you, Delida. Let me read that letter.
Sure.
Okay, so it says, the mayor and city council, we at the CIAC appreciates the time and attention you give to the opinions of our committee. We strive to restrict our comments to the issues related to capital improvements and impact fees as is directed by our charter. Your desire to take action on the allocation of the development impact fee or DIF for water and wastewater utilities has inspired us to provide some history and comments from our committee. Our development impact fee, or DIF, were created to provide funding to increase the capacity of these utility systems in response to added demand from the construction of new buildings and their occupants. In other words, as new buildings are constructed and occupied, the utilities must supply them with water and wastewater services. The allocation was created with the intent of charging the fees to those who cause the need for increased capacity and those that benefit from the expansion of services. It is apparent to most how the builder and the end user customer are involved, but it may not appear obvious how the rate base receives a benefit from the expanded service. When development impact fee funds are used to expand the wastewater treatment plant, install a water well, a new water well, or build a new water testing lab, these services cannot be limited to just the new buildings, but in fact improve the service for the entire utility system. For instance, when some of the most recent wells were built and added to the system number 70 and 71, they were located in the south and west areas of Las Cruces. The bulk of the new construction happens miles away in the northeast part of Las Cruces. The water from these wells increased the availability and redundancy of service to all of the water system and therefore the entire rate base. Our committee feels that it's important to consider the total cost to the residents of Las Cruces. When fees are charged to the builder, they are passed on to the end user customer in the price of the building. But before they are passed on, the builder must pay gross receipts tax, sales commissions, real estate fees, and overhead. For every $100 of fees charged to the builder, $130 are added to the price of the building. For the case of residential construction, the end user customer usually finances the majority of the price for 30 years. By the time the customer has paid off the building, that $100 could cost $250 or more. For this reason, we do not recommend moving the entire fee to the builder. Our committee agrees with those that went before us when they created the allocation as it is today. We feel that their decision was made with great consideration for those impacted by the fees and all those who benefit from them. It's our recommendation that you choose option one and let the allocation remain. I'm sorry, the printer is cut off. I think it says as it has been since the inception of the development impact fee. Thank you again for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as I mentioned, that was the only comment received throughout our public outreach process. So the next steps for the council are obviously your discussion during this work session. If you retain the current allocation scheme, there is no action necessary by staff or council. However, if you'd like to update the scheme following this discussion for water and wastewater, you would direct staff to prepare a resolution to rescind and replace 95-368. And so that's what we're looking for in your input and feedback today. With that, I'm gonna keep the, I'll put up the other slide once I get coordinated again on my screen sharing.
Councilor Sword?
I was going to wait until Ms. Walsh gets what she wants on the screen here. Oh, we lost it. Delilah, where'd it go?
There we go. Oops. So this is on the right-hand side is the current allocation, and on the left-hand side are possible changes for that allocation.
Councilor Sword, did you have a
comment? That just backwards. Don't we do, oops, what happened to it? Don't we do what's on the left-hand side?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
And my husband's going to laugh at me because I'm notorious for doing that. That's why I'm not allowed to go hunting by myself.
Yes, I understand. It's your other left.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So we're not asking for, so we're not considering, I should say, an increase in the impact fees for water and wastewater, right?
That's correct.
We're just different way of paying them, though, is all.
Correct.
Well, I'm tend to keep them the way they are, but let me see the way you're suggesting again. Okay. All of the DIFs to the builder developer one at the time. And the second one is allocate DIF between the end user and home builder. So it amounts to the fact that the builder has to, in that case, the alternative there, B, option B, is it? Or the builder has to then finance the DIFs and then gets paid off when the house is sold. So we're talking a few months there where he's financing that. But he's financing 50% anyway in the system we have now. I'm okay with leaving it the way it is.
You're also financing it though.
Excuse me? What
You're
was that?
also financing it though, you and me.
I understand.
We're the rate base, right?
Yeah,
You're okay with that?
but it's only 22 and 30% of the DIF.
Go ahead and finish your comments, Councilor Sorg.
Well, yeah, and I was going to say, certainly some of the increase in service you need within a new development is a certain small portion of that is something that benefits the whole city. The thing is that we have done a study where exactly we know how much a house does cost the city's utilities in that develop and then the building of that house. I mean, what there's a greater demand on the water, of course, a greater demand on the wastewater, but is that all of that DIF then? Is that all just because of that house, or is there some of that DIF that is put on the system as a whole? Delilah.
Councilor Sorg, Mr. Mayor, again, Delilah Walsh for the record. Yes, we went through the study last year, and based on meter size and the infrastructure impact of that one home, we have determined those fees. So for example, a 5/8 or 3/4 inch meter, the new fee on a Camstrup meter, it does cost $2,125 to our system. And so that study was completed, and our fees are set based on those studies. And again, it goes back to the impact of the new service on our system. So in other words, we have to service X number more miles of line or feet of line. We have to increase our tank capacity in order to take on that new home. So that's broken down based on our current system cost as well as system demand, and then allocated to each new home. So we already know what it takes to run our current infrastructure, and then we know the amount pursuant to that study, what it takes to add a new connection to our home based on the meter size. Because obviously the larger the meter size, the larger the impact of the infrastructure in the system.
So that whole DIF is strictly the increase in not cost, but increase in demand on the system then.
That is correct.
Oh, if that's the case, let's split it 50-50 between the home builder and the new home builder, or new home owner rather.
And Councilor Sorg, Mr. Mayor, again, Delilah Walsh for the record. I do want to just let you know, we're the only city that we found that allocates to the rate base. Every other city that our consultant has worked with, and I know City of Albuquerque and City of Rio Rancho just firsthand, I know that they do not allocate to the rate base. It's only to the builder and the end user.
Delilah, we can see your email.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
There
I
we
was
go.
wondering why you're putting that out. So all of that DIF is strictly the demand on the system that one house puts then.
Correct.
Okay. Well, okay. I would like to see option B. Okay.
Okay, we'll put that down. You'll sort option B. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Delilah. First off, sorry, Councilor Sorf, for interjecting there. I shouldn't have done that, so I
Well,
apologize.
that's okay. You called attention to something that I wasn't understanding very well. That was a good job.
The first time that this came to my attention was when an individual brought, a concern to me that he was trying to change over his system, right, to the new meters, and instead he owns a trailer park in our area. And as Dr. Garcia and others started to explain to me how this really worked, and then it came to us, I think, Delilah, you presented this to us. I just feel I was really concerned and taken aback that, my district gets charged, be it 22% for water, 30% for wastewater, when in fact, I feel like it's, we get charged for the growth that's happening in the East Mesa, and I didn't know how fair that was. And so I'm really happy that you brought this back to us, and looked at what this can mean, and giving us sort of the options A and B. And I especially appreciate the feedback that we're the only municipality, at least in the state, I guess, that does this in this way. And so, Delilah, as growth occurs, you're having, I'm assuming you're assessing as it happens, or, you had mentioned the consultant came and said it's going to cost $2,000+, right? And I guess that's based on the growth that's happening. So do you go back every so often to address that, and rework the numbers in the event that, that could change? Am I making sense?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem and Mr. Mayor. So you're correct. We actually go back. It's under the law. You do have to review the DIF allocation. Not the allocation, the DIF charges. I believe it's every 5 years. Actually, Joe just confirmed it for me. It is every 5 years, and that is pursuant to state statute. And we do follow that schedule.
And so did you just say that you did that last year?
That's correct.
Okay, so if it needed to increase, then you would know that in 5 years, right? Something would something set you off that it needs to be evaluated beforehand?
As far as any triggers for evaluation of that, we don't have anything in place right now. That's a good comment, and I'll actually reach out to Joe Provencio if he has that. As far as I know, we don't have any triggers. We just follow the statute under state law every 5 years. I would imagine as part of CIAC's role, if they see we can't meet the infrastructure needs because of growth and it's not sufficient, that would come up during their committee meetings. Joe, I don't know if you're on the line, if you can answer that question, if we have any triggers beyond the statutory requirement.
Chairman, excuse me, Mayor, City Council, there are no triggers other than the periodic review.
Joe, can you state your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. Jose Provencio, Deputy Director, Business Services. Pardon me, I wanted to get into answering the question too quick. The cycle that really drives this is really what's been set down in the statute. Review every 5 years is a good rule of thumb in terms of reviewing not only financing and capital expansion, but also the land use assumptions that drive a lot of that drive the basis for the impact fees. So a 5-year review is a good benchmark to update what has been happening in the construction world and the capacity expansion world. There are no triggers.
Thank you, Mr. Provencio, for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I guess I just want to make sure that the expenses are covered, in terms of the growth and the lines and, just everything that happens in terms of the infrastructure. And you believe that too, the builder pays 50%, rate base pays 50%. What could be, can you give me an example of something, Delilah, that in terms of using pricing, what that would look like? I guess I'm just trying to, in my head, understand it.
Right. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. Mayor, council members. So I'll give you a typical home will need a 3/4 inch meter. That's typically what we'll need, and I'll use it in the case of a water meter. So the typical diff impact to the average residence will be about $2,100. And so that's at the initial permit, the first $1,050 is due by the builder. And then the next $1,050 would be due at the time of the new connection. And that at that point, we can finance for the customer. And we do it at an interest rate. I believe it's 3.59% for water, and then 3.94% for wastewater. So the customer has the option of financing in that $1,050 payment. So that's average. Obviously, as things go up, a meter size for a 4-inch meter, which would be for a heavy industrial user, that diff is going to be about $75,000, because that's the impact of such a heavy user to our system for maintenance. And a 6-inch line is hugely expensive. So even though they've paid for that line installation, for us to maintain it and to have everything in place for it, it's obviously more of an impact. So a large commercial meter could be $75,000.
So that when you say, I'm sorry, Delilah.
No, that's okay. So that's an example of the cost. So to the average residential user, if they were to pay half of their meter for the new home and new connection, if you split it 50-50, it would be a little over $1,000.
Yeah. And then, so the commercial would be like an apartment complex or a business, like a big.
Correct. Yeah. A 4-inch line, we even have a diff for an 8-inch line that's $300,000, but I don't think we're going to have an 8-inch line ever installed. But most large commercial, a really big facility, it would be about a 4-inch line. So it would be something pretty heavily commercialized.
75,000 or so. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Yeah, Mayor, I'm again, thank you, Delilah, for this. It's much appreciated. I am inclined to go with B.
Okay. Thank you for that. And next is Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Delilah. Is that the very large array behind you?
Yes, it is.
Oh, great. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought at first they thought they were mushrooms, but I looked closer. And anyhow, appreciate that picture. I too will just say I think B is a reasonable option. I just have to say the housing market is just so out of control, maybe in a good way, I guess. I don't know how to characterize it, but it is booming. And so I know developers lock in rates, especially with new homeowners, and that's great. And I think from what we heard during one of our previous work sessions, somewhere around 40 to 50% of new home buyers are from out of the city, which is great, right? Obviously it's economic development to have population growth, and that's good. So again, I think folks that are coming from other places, perhaps, I don't want to make any assumptions, but I think they're coming here because the affordability of building a new home and living here. And so I don't want to put that on the back of existing ratepayers, the new growth. And for the developers that are making, I assume, record profits, again, sharing a part of that burden of that growth of this industry, I think also belongs on the developer. So to me, that seems to be the fairest option. And so I'll just speak for that. So thank you. And Delilah and other commissioners of the utilities board, thank you for your work on this as well. I know it's not easy to have these conversations sometimes and bringing them to council. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mayor. I too believe that that option B is the best way to go. I don't think that the rate base should be, I think it should be eliminated in its totality, its entirety. And yeah, I mean, yeah, what's fair is fair. Actually, maybe it should all be allocated to the builder developer. They're the ones with the big bucks. Did I say that out loud? Yikes. No, option B, Your Honor.
Okay. I think that's it. Looks like we'll just stop there. There's four people.
Mayor, my hand.
Oh, I thought, I'm sorry. Councilor Bencomo. I thought you forgot to put it down.
No. No, I have a quick question. Thank you, Delilah. Would it be fair to assume, and you can't say this definitively, obviously, unless you're a developer and I didn't know it, but would it be fair to assume that option A, it would sort of end up on the customer anyway, somehow, eventually?
Yes, thank you, Councilor Bencomo. Option A or B, anything the builder developer paid toward that home is going to be passed on to the customer. So really, if you went with option A and I'm a new homeowner and I'm going to pay a $2,000 diff, then all of that is going to be added into my mortgage as part of my closing fees and building fees or the cost of the home, because the builder is going to pass that on to me as a cost. They won't absorb that at all. If you went with option B, the same thing, that 50% that the builder's paying, that's going to be added to the cost of my home and it'll be financed by my mortgage. And so 100% of the time they will pass that on. I do want to let you know also, I want to clarify, I gave you a $2,000 example of a water diff, but in addition to that, you've got the wastewater diff. So for that same 3/4 inch meter, it's another $2,700. And then you have your parks and fire impact fees that are collected by the builder at the time of permitting. So they don't split those at all. Everything is added up. And then of course the builder developer will add that to the cost of the home at the end.
Okay. Yeah, that's helpful to understand. And again, right, like if we're creating an impact, then we got to pay for it somehow, right? So, okay, that's interesting. Is there any way that a developer could say, well, I paid for half up front, but maybe I'll charge double anyway for this and put it on the consumer?
That part's really negotiated as the price of the home. I would imagine I've never had to build a home. All my houses have been very old. But I would imagine it's on your price breakdown when you're negotiating that with your builder. Joe, I don't know if you have any more to add to that. I don't know personally, but I'm sure the builder is just charging everything he can.
Mayor, City Council, Jose Provencio, Deputy Director, Business Services. I am not aware of what happens at the negotiating side of a home purchase.
Okay, that's okay. I mean, that's sort of, a private transaction anyway, but I do think, and because it is a private transaction, I think that a rate base makes no sense either. So I agree. Honestly, I guess B is I'm okay with. I feel like at the end of the day, that cost will come to the end user anyway. So I think A or B are fine with me.
Councilor, a long time ago, I seem to recall a builder would say, okay, city's going to charge you this much. I pick up half and then you got to pay the other half or something like that. Delilah, does the city still have like a payment plan for fees such, this large, right? They do?
Yes, sir. We have anywhere from, I'm sorry, again, Delilah Walsh for the record. Customers can finance, I believe, for up to 4 years. And we charge a percentage rate, that 3.59%. And that's really the customer's decision. If I want to wrap that fee into my mortgage and pay 1.9% over 25 or 30 years, that's my decision. Or I could finance it through the utility and pay it at 3.59% for a short amount of time, for 4 years. So it's really that end users or that consumer's decision on how they want to finance that amount of all the diffs.
And who tells you that's an option? At what point are you told that that's an option?
Councilor Bencomo, that's a great question. When the customers deal with us, we do inform them because they're coming in to set up their new connection account. And at the time of new connections, we do give them those options. Whether or not the builder or the realtor shares that with the customer before, I don't know. Yeah, I used to be a mortgage officer, so I would just know. That comes from experience. And I don't think the average home buyer or consumer really knows all the fees involved with that.
No, sorry, Mayor, to interrupt you. Just as someone who just went through that process last year, 2 years at this point, I feel like you don't know what you don't know, what you don't know. So then how are you supposed to ask questions? It's very difficult. So I don't know, maybe as much information that the city can put out as well to realtors and all of that would be great.
So I want to ask Delilah where you get a 1.9 mortgage at. That's
Me too. I wanted to ask that too.
And then also if you do, include it, a lot of times that amount doubles itself.
Yep.
Maybe triples itself. Depends on the mortgage rate. So, okay, Councilor Vasquez, do you have another question?
No, Mayor, sorry about that.
Okay, well, it looks like B it is. So,
Mr. Mayor, councilors, are you looking at a 50-50 split?
oh,
That was my assumption, was 50-50.
I presume so. I would think so. Between because it's unless you do it like that, unless the homeowner, can afford to do it separately and not have it financed, they'll save in the long run. They'll probably save money that way. But a lot of times you just put it in there. And the average homeowner only stays in that loan for 11 to 12 years. I'm sure you know that.
Mm-hmm.
In another house or whatever, they move or something. Councilor Flores, did you have your hand up?
Yes, sir. I just put it up again. I was listening to what Councilor Bencomo was asking, and I too have thought about how much disclosure there is. And I do not in any way want to ascribe or malign anybody here. But that's always a concern because, I deal with constituents who, not deal, but I represent, I represent constituents who learn after they bought their home, they learn that some of the representation by the realtor weren't, they weren't made, there were omissions, not misrepresentations. So does the city have any way of making sure that, is it our responsibility or moral duty or legal duty to apprise newcomers, new home buyers as to, a newly built home, what they, are they in any way of informing them? Is there anything that the city can do to apprise a new home buyer in a new development area as to what they should be asking? Maybe our Visit Las Luces, or I don't know, our Chamber of Commerce, I don't know, apprising people.
Councilor, I think that's a great idea. Perhaps communications office can work with the board of realtors or whomever, and put something together and just say, and run it on CLC 20, channel 20, and just say, here are some of the things that you may want to consider when buying a home or having a home built. I think those are some good ideas, points that you have to be able to share that with the members of the public. I think that would be
Yeah,
great.
and it's come up with, some of you already know this, maybe not. Certainly David Cedillo and Tony Trevino know very well, and Jamie Rickman, about people who, there's continued development out in the east, here in the East Mesa. And then all these things happen, like shortly after, during our Go Bond campaign to, to have the soccer fields, the sports fields out there near the safety complex. All these homes are going up, but when they were actually sold, none of the home buyers were told that a big road would be going right down the middle of their tract and El Coyote or whatever, or Coyote. So it's that sort of stuff. And they're actually, in some instances, we're actually told that that land, nothing would ever, nothing, their backyards would be unencumbered, the views of the mountains would be unencumbered. And so I just, okay, that's a good idea. Yeah.
And while we're at,
Yes.
I was going to say, throw in something so that the renters know that they should get a lease from their landlord. I think it's important that they get leases, because a lot of times they don't, and they just do deals, and they need to have a lease. Help protects them a lot.
That's very true. That's very, very true. And and there's just certain information that we should be getting out. And then, and then that goes also to, I think, I don't know, the housing. We should be working on rent control. So there's a lot of eviction laws going in because of COVID. But anyway,
Well, we're getting off topic here.
yeah, it's off topic. I know it's off topic, but it's all insofar as disclosure goes. I think disclosure should always be a topic of conversation, or excuse me, items on the agenda. Disclosures. Thank you, Mayor. And
Okay.
Lila, thank you.
Okay, so it looks like B 50/50. So unless you have any strong objections, so I guess you'll bring that back later.
Yes, sir. We'll bring a resolution to you rescinding and replacing 95 through 68.
Okay, very good. Okay, so I'm told that Lisa is ready to go for her item, and that's limiting the use of single-use plastic bags. Ms. Lisa LaRock, Sustainability Director.
Oh, nice. Thank you for the promotion.
No problem. No money comes with that, just time.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you all for your patience. I'm trying to see how many times in a row I can get it messed up. I'm at 6, so feeling good. I sent the PowerPoint to Mandy. My name is Lisa LaRock. I'm the Sustainability Director. No, I'm not the director. I'm the Sustainability Officer for.
Okay, we're good. Oh, we lost you.
About, oh my goodness.
Well, we can hear you. We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mayor. So Mandy will be putting up, Mandy is putting up the screen for me because I'm trying to limit my jinxes. So thank you all. I guess I always want to follow Delilah, and I'm glad to see that she made a humble number of boo-boos too in this. So I will be talking to you about what the city has been doing with limiting single-use plastic bags next. And what I first want to tell you about are just some of the basic concerns that we have with plastics. One of them is that plastics break down into small microplastic beads, and the toxins in the environment attach to them, and they move up the food chain. So foods that we eat are also have microplastics and toxins in them, and that's called bioaccumulating in the food chain. So that's one of the problems. Next problem is that we end up consuming a credit card's worth of plastic each week by all of these bioaccumulations in our food. And next, and we also can consume 5 grams of microplastics in a bottle of plastic water, all of which have serious health ramifications for us. Next, we also know that litter and, too much next. Litter and plastics buried in the landfill can persist there for hundreds of years. And we have this throwaway mentality that needs to be stopped. On average, we use 1,500 single plastic bags a year. And on average, we use them for only 12 minutes. So it is a very excessive use of a product that has such a long shelf life, but a short use. Next, Mandy, please. So this is kind of a pre-COVID and post-COVID topic. We started in 2019 and we assembled a stakeholder advisory group. And in that group was Keep Las Cruces Beautiful, Keep Doña Ana County Beautiful, South Central Solid Waste Authority, New Mexico Recycle Coalition, all 3 chambers of commerce and the Las Cruces Public Schools, Save Mart and Albertsons, and the New Mexico Restaurant Association. And collectively, this committee worked on reviewing different ordinances and beginning drafting these ordinances. We also reached out to different groups to begin some surveys and focus work. And we talked to the Rotary Club, Doña Ana Communities United, Community of Hope, and Munson. And from those groups alone, which was about 80 people, we found that 90% are concerned about plastics in the environment, 85% support an effort to promote the use of usable bags, 73% feel promoting reuse would positively influence their behavior, and 61% feels that the city of Las Cruces should promote reuse in the ordinance. Next. So during that first period in 2019, we were able to tackle a few of the items. We defined what single-use plastic meant, exemptions, and what reusable bags meant. We defined retail businesses and exemptions. Next, we still have 3 other areas that we hadn't been able to dive into when we went into COVID. And those 3 areas looked at what the bag alternatives might be, if they were temporary, fees for those bags, the purposes of what we were trying to do, and exemptions, defining participating residents with respect to equity and enforcement. So first I'll tell you about the 2 that we checked off the list, and then I'll go into what we've done in 2021 to get check marks for the rest of the boxes. Next, please. One of the first things that we did was just to define what single plastic bags are. And that is a carryout bag made of plastic, and it's less than 2.25 mils thick. So it's the thin little bag that you're used to. It's provided to a customer at the end of sale or checkout, and it's neither intended nor suitable or durable for continuous use as a carry-out bag, which is why we have so many microparticles. Next. There are 2 different definitions that we have for exceptions of that. And that is laundry bags, door hanger bags, prescription bags, and bulk item bags for meat, baked goods, produce, and plants are not included in this ban, when we talk about plastic carryout bags. And reusable alternatives is a bag with stitched handles. I know you're all gonna go home and look at your reusable bags, but they all have them, designed for multiple use,
made of cloth or other machine washable fabric or other durable materials suitable for reuse. Next. And then when we look at the different retail users that would be included in this new ordinance, if we went for one, we're talking about department stores, grocery stores, pharmacies, home improvement stores, convenience stores, gas stations, farmers markets. We're not including food banks, restaurants, or takeout food establishments. The last two in particular was an area of a lot of discussion with the New Mexico Restaurant Association. They said it would be difficult for them to support any ordinance that might come forward because they were not ready to change their habits. And that was a big sticking point in Albuquerque. So we listened to them. Next, please. So from there, in 2021, in a policy review committee, we were encouraged to continue on with this process. And I had, with the help of the sustainability intern, Courtney Combs, she went and interviewed 12 different stores, some of whom were on our advisory committee and some that were just frontline communities and others that were ones that would be impacted by this. So she talked to grocery stores, chain stores, pharmacies, stores that were in low income communities, convenience stores, retail stores, and got a sense of what some of the issues are that so that we might move forward. And from that, Courtney asked questions about the use of paper bags, fees, equity, fundraising, customer outreach, and COVID. So the first two things that were talked about were, what should we substitute anything? And so the idea is, if you don't offer any alternative, that people end up using more thick plastic. So the retailers were concerned with the price difference between paper and plastic bags. They also felt that if they were to charge anything for a temporary bag that was not a single-use plastic, that the split should be 50-50 between the retailers and the city, that would be fair, and that the city should invest their share back into the community. So this is what we recommended as a result of that. Next, please. If we were to complete an ordinance, what we would recommend is that a 10-cent fee will be placed on all 40% post-consumer waste paper bags. Retailers can opt out and not supply paper bags at all. For example, Sam's and Natural Grocers don't have any bags at all. So 50% of the bag fee will be kept by the retailers to offset the added cost of paper bags and to assist with administrative fees. And the remaining 50%, we suggest, should be donated to a local nonprofit chosen by the retailer. And then quarterly, what would happen would be the number of bags, money collected, money donated, the nonprofit receiving monies will be reported to and published by the city. And this is a preferred positive enforcement, but we also have the latitude to give a written infraction notice, and if repeated offenses, charge $100. But we hope that won't be an issue. Next, please. The other concerns that we addressed when Courtney was calling the different retailers was issues of equity and fundraising. So of the 12 retailers and that were spoken to, the exemptions in the ordinance they felt would be enough to safeguard low and moderate income families. And some felt that seniors needed to be considered in this as well. So we need to look at ways to make sure that the criteria that we use covers them. And for fundraising,
again, we wanted to have a positive spin on the use of reusable bags. And so the stores and retail places said that they would support community bag sale fundraisers, but groups would have to go through the corporate management. So our recommendation, next please. Our recommendations in this section is that we include a couple things that I've already mentioned, but that were in the ordinance to begin with, and that would be that it exempts individuals receiving public benefits, including WIC, TEFAP, TANF, and SNAP. And that nonprofit corporations or other hunger relief charities can distribute food, grocery products, clothing, or other household items in plastic bags. So where not having disposable plastic bags was a hardship, there would still be a source. Selling reusable bags will be encouraged as fundraisers, and the remaining 50% will be donated to a local nonprofit chosen by the retailer. Next, please. And in the third area of our outreach, what was talked about was customers. The one thing that retailers wanted to make sure was that the customers were, that there would be a lot of heavily advertised notice about the ordinance. So that everybody was on board with this, that got the prior notice, and it wasn't something where the retailers would look like they were imposing something on. So our recommendations in this area, next, please, are to what we're going to do is the Sustainability Office and the PIO will be hiring a marketing firm to help do a message campaign. And Sustainability Office will coordinate public input events for retailers, and residents will continue to do that just to make sure that the messages is out there for, and the feedback is opportunities are available, and that will also encourage different organizations to consider this as fundraisers, just like a lot of people were able to have cottage industry masks. And if the ordinance is adopted, we recommend too that it wouldn't be, the enforcement wouldn't happen until January 2022 when we are sure. So this is the end of my presentation. I wanted to catch you up on all that we've done and are continuing to do, and look to you all for recommendations on how to proceed. Thank you. Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you, Lisa. Looks like we have a slew of questions, starting with Councilor Vasquez, Bencomo, Sorg, Flores, and Abeta-Stuvey. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lisa. No worries on the connection and presentation issues. It happens to the best of us. But thank you. This is an important topic for us to discuss. And I'll just say, especially for folks watching, there's been a lot of work and thoughtfulness put into this. There's been a lot of committee conversations dating back to 2 or 3 years in the Sustainability Policy Review Committee, and prior to that, I think here at the City Council in various work sessions and council comments. And, I think the city of Las Cruces is lagging behind the rest of the state in enacting an ordinance that bans plastic bags. And I think we're also behind on thinking about our reusable, our single-use plastics and promoting the use of reusable or recyclable material for a lot of different products that are used here by people in the city. I think now is an opportune time to talk about banning plastic bags. I know you guys have all seen what I-10 and I-25 and literally almost every major street looks like in Las Cruces right now. Completely littered with plastic, every single corner of our city right now. And that's no fault of our Parks Department, our Public Works Department, our good, folks here working to clean their own neighborhoods up. It's the massive amounts of plastic that people are consuming, that are flying out of their trash cans, that folks are carelessly throwing away. And that is one of the most pressing solutions that we can have to this just awful littering problem. I'm sure the rest of the council would agree that a city with plastic bags on every mesquite tree is not the way we want to present ourselves, both to each other and to other communities. And so, again, that is just the reality of the windy season. And it's not just Las Cruces, it's most of New Mexico. So I think there's a pressing need for us to do this. I think we're falling behind the rest of the state, and there are really compelling environmental reasons to do this that I think justify some of the bold changes that I think we need to move this forward. So I just wanted to start by saying that. Lisa, I do have some questions in terms of the exemptions. I was wondering if you could go back to the slide on the exemptions, in particular for, I think, restaurants and senior citizens.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe we could start there. These exemptions for, I guess we'll start with what you have listed here, for the laundry bags, door hanger bags, prescription bags, things for produce, those kinds of things. I know there's other major cities here and across the nation that have enacted these types of policies with these exemptions. Do you know the specific reasoning behind some of these? In particular, like produce bags, right? I'm not sure why they couldn't be put into a paper bag, or other items. Same with baked goods, why they couldn't be put into a cardboard box, or something similar. Do you have any additional information as to why these are the right types of exemptions?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, they are the traditional ones that are listed in there. The laundry bag is even thinner than the plastic bag, carry-out bag that we described. And the door hangers that's one way of describing them, but that's also where you put newspapers when it's raining. And there is, but the other bags that you talked about, the produce bags and that, people feel uncomfortable putting produce directly on there on the checkout line, but that doesn't preclude them from using paper bags. I know that Natural Grocers uses paper bags, and I just, to be honest, I just followed a simple course that didn't have any controversy in its definition. And that's why I started out with that. I think there's also concerns about styrofoam and other things like that, but I was just working one step at a time, but
Okay. No, that's,
see if it goes further.
Thank you, Lisa. No, I figured as much, and I have seen those same exemptions in other plastic bag policies in other municipalities across the state, and it seems to be, and across the nation, seems to be those are some of the consensus exemptions. I just wanted to make sure that the public is aware that these are kind of standard, I guess, exemptions, although I'm happy to make the case for some that we may not need, but maybe that's for later, because I think this does have to be a big cultural shift. And I think it has to start with those grocery bags, right? I think, Lisa, would you say that those are the most prevalent uses of plastic bags in our city? Would it be from grocery stores?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I can't speak for the city directly. That might be something that Keep Las Cruces Beautiful would know, but I know nationally that plastic bags are the largest source of litter, followed by bottles.
Okay, thank you. And then on the exemptions regarding the restaurant takeout bags, was that one of the ones you spoke about as well? Could you clarify what takeout or what type of plastic bag materials the New Mexico Restaurant Association has said that they could not absorb the cost of switching over?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, when we made these initial decisions about restaurants and takeout food, this was pre-COVID decisions, but the New Mexico Restaurant Association did have a strong presence, and we devoted a special session to it. And at that time, they did not want to participate in it, or did not feel that they could support an ordinance that limited plastic use. And as I said before, that was a challenge. That was a really point of contention in Albuquerque. Now, I have honestly not revisited it yet since the post-COVID moment, and I'm very sensitive, but I like to call it post-COVID. I'm really sensitive to the struggles restaurants have incurred from all this, and how we can help them facilitate to go. But I can see, I would hope down the line that they would follow suit, so we would have a standard practice.
Thank you, Lisa. And I agree with you as well. And I think what might be appropriate, at least from my end, just thinking about this, is to have a phase out or sunset clause included in this ordinance for restaurants that might be different than these other categories of retailers. I think you're right. As restaurants begin to source the product or source the types of containers and source the types of carrying material for their customers to use that works for them. I mean, depending on what the restaurant is selling, the container might obviously be different shape or kind of funky or whatever it is. And I think those restaurants need some time to figure that out. And so I think support a type of maybe a 1 year, extension for restaurants to phase plastic out so that they have some time to figure out what kind of containers work for them on the takeout. And I get that, some of them may be more expensive than the current plastic bags, but some of them do it already, with like drink carriers and other types of material that are made out of cardboard and that kind of thing. So I just want to throw that out there for my colleagues to get their thoughts on that as well. And then can you just talk, Lisa, again about the exemptions? I think you mentioned for the elderly, and I'm sorry if I missed that part of the conversation, or certain age groups or certain demographics, but could you go over that again real quick?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, this was a conversation that we had in 2021, and it's very important to all of us that equity be considered, and we wanted to make sure that there was that the way that we had it worded would be, Mandy, if you go a couple slides forward to where it says equity on it, that will have the verbiage there. I'm sorry. We wanted to make sure that the words, back one, yes, that the exemptions of different programs that
Lisa, did we lose Lisa?
Yeah, she froze
would
up.
make it clearer. And so, but we're not confident on how we would use those sorts of exemptions for seniors. And so that's kind of a loose end at this point, and I was going to reach out to our senior programs for direction on that. And so those individuals with that have these public benefits would be able
again.
Yeah, we're losing you, Lisa. I don't know if you're kind of cutting out there, Lisa. If you want to take off your video, it'll save your bandwidth a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa. I think I got the gist of what you were saying. Yeah, I think we're just losing your audio there a little bit. But yeah, I fully support also on the equity piece of things, making sure that at the point of sale, we are not impacting the most vulnerable in our community with additional fees or charges to purchase a reusable or a paper bag. And so, however the city can help to support, providing those types of bags for the population of folks who, it might be more difficult to incur this economic impact, then I think we should opt on that end of things if we can, however we can do that. And so I don't know if there's a way to generate funds from this that helps establish such a fund. That would be able to provide that. I know in the past we've talked about having like a bin at City Hall or somewhere full of, reusable canvas bags or totes or whatever it might be that are just free to citizens that they can come and pick them up. And maybe the city has different locations. Maybe it's a nonprofit that starts, an opportunity to have bins at like, different major retail places, major grocery stores and stuff like that. I mean, that might be something good for a community organization to take on with support from the city. But I think that's an important piece of this. I will say that shouldn't be the end all be all of this. I mean, cities like Albuquerque and let's say Silver City, with probably some similar demographics to ours in terms of income, have been able to do this successfully. So I think we can figure it out as well. And then Lisa, can you just, this will be my last question here. The timeline for the implementation, well, let's just say the timeline for getting this ordinance before council and having council be able to discuss and vote on an ordinance with these specific pieces in it, and then the timeline for implementation. Could you just go over both of those things real quick? I hear a phone ring.
Yeah, I know.
You hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you, Lisa.
Great. It's spinning for me. Oh,
okay.
Great.
I can hear you. I hope you heard me.
So yes, I've heard everything you said. Mayor and Councilor Vasquez, I feel like I will defer to you all as to the timeline that you.
Oh, no. Okay. But we may get her back here soon. Well, I'll continue while Lisa gets back on here.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes, go ahead.
You asked a question earlier, and I think I have some insight, if that's all right.
Absolutely, yes. If that's okay, Mayor.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks. You were asking about why the exemption for some food items. And I think most of it has to deal with these items, especially like meat products and even some of the produce. There's like a seepage element to it or leakage, and that it gets difficult with like different types of cardboards might be used or paper products. And so that's usually why those exemptions are in place for that.
That's a great point. That's a great point. The irony is that meat is packaged in styrofoam and plastic already, and then you put more plastic around it. But but I don't know of a better way to do it. So
well, thank you. So that was all. But.
Oh, thank you, Councilor Vedastuvi. No, I agree. I think those exemptions make sense in other cities. I'm sure have thought this out.
And if you do look at Albuquerque, they have very similar exemptions. And something to consider is they have a full layout of everything about the ordinance, corresponding ordinance with Bernalillo, and then it lists out exactly which types of plastic bags are allowed and why. Pet waste is also another one. So anytime you have those kind of materials, you using a different type. So it lays it all out there as well. So that's something for us if we move forward to think about laying out so that our residents are fully aware and can understand.
You know, it looks like Ikani put his hand up here. So Ikani, you had something you wanted to comment about?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to apologize. Lisa is having technical difficulties. She's rebooting now, but she did mention her assistant in co-op who had a big part of this. Courtney Combs is on as well. So if there are any questions while Lisa is in the cloud trying to get back on, Courtney could chime in. Just wanted to share that.
Okay, great. I appreciate that, Ikani. I've got one thing, if you don't mind, since we're talking about this. Mandy, can you go back to the screen where it showed the exemptions, please? That right there. Oh, go back one more. The next, there you go. So, I'm sorry, who was it? Ikani, who's on the line?
Courtney Combs.
Courtney. Yes. So Courtney, let me ask you this. So if let's say we do this, but we allow the food banks and restaurants and takeout establishments to still have the plastics, what if they go to these restaurants and stores? Can they keep those bags and then take it to these grocery stores and department stores and kind of reuse them that way? Are they allowed to do that? Do you know?
Mayor, Council, this was something I saw done, I think, in Silver City.
Courtney, I just need you to state your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
I just need you to state your name, please.
Oh, hi, my name is Courtney, and I'm the Sustainability Co-op. Silver City has something that I saw in their ordinance where they allow people to bring in their own bags from other stores and reuse them. And there's nothing in our ordinance that discusses this, but I don't see why that would be an issue if they're going to be reusing them.
Okay, thank you, Courtney. And your last name is spelled Combs, K-O-M-E-S. I'm just doing this for the transcriber. So Councilor Vasquez, what I was thinking was this. You know that if you don't bring in your own bag, then they're going to charge you, right, at these department stores or grocery stores. So you would think that now they have an incentive if they go to a restaurant to keep that bag and not throw it away and almost like say, well, I'm going to keep these 5 bags, so that's 50 cents. And then take them with them to the grocery store so that you could see them being reused and they probably won't get thrown out as trash. And so I think this is honestly, I have to tell you something, I'm impressed because I after watching this presentation that Lisa did, especially the part that what got me was that little particle of, I guess she's trying to imply that all of us had a little bit of plastic in us. And ironically, I saw that movie Dark Waters where it talked about Teflon. All of us have a little bit of Teflon in us. And then this exemption here, I'm actually okay with this, which is amazing. Because I was a little bit, I don't know, but I'm good. So I got to thinking, now everybody is going to want to hold on to their plastic bags because they don't want to pay for that. You go to California, it's a non-issue. They just charge you. You have a bag? No, I don't have a bag. And they just add another, I don't know how much they charge, 10, 15, 20 cents. Who knows? Over there in California, they charge everything. But anyways, just thought to share that with us. Thank you, Courtney. Thank you for your jumping on like that. You did pretty good.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you as well, Courtney. I think Lisa's back on. I think I see her just pop up here. I just saw her name
I don't see it.
Pop back up, but
she's on the phone.
Oh, you there on the phone, Lisa?
Okay, maybe not. Maybe she popped in and out, I think. But okay. Mayor. I mean, I think to a degree, I think that's okay. But also, we're still perpetuating the use of plastic bags in the long term if we continue that practice, in my opinion.
Let's revisit in a year, and if it continues, then let's start clamping down. But I have a feeling that people are going to hold on to those bags. If we do this, if you cut this out and then talk about what better way to incentivize them to go to a restaurant is to go eat and get their plastic bag. Two for one.
Well, yeah, I'm not against that. And I think, even if we were to phase this out or revisit it in a year, I think that to me is okay for the restaurants in particular, again, as they figure out what works for them, to perhaps transition out of using plastic bags in the future. So I think that's going to be really helpful. By the same token, I think, I would love to also have an ordinance on styrofoam and other single-use reusables or single-use plastics, like straws and other types of things like that here, because I think plastic bags are just they're part of the equation. I don't want to say small, I apologize. They're part of the equation, but I think single-use plastics in general are certainly just as big of a part of filling up our landfill, our oceans, our deserts with other, materials. And so I think this is a start, and I think it's part of that culture shift that it's going to take for us to get to where we want to get as a community and as a planet, right? So,
good. I agree.
Okay, well, with that, I'm sure my colleagues have other questions and comments, and I see Lisa's coming back on as well. So I'll just say again, I fully support this. I think the end of the year timeline is the beginning of 22 is a good timeline for us to execute on that communications campaign that Lisa was referring to, in partnership with different folks. But in all honesty, I think we are lagging a little bit behind, and I'm glad that we're hopefully putting an ordinance in place soon. And so my suggestion would be to get an ordinance drafted and before the council sooner than later. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you, Lisa and Courtney and Councilor Vasquez, for your comments. I think this is particularly timely. Before my comments and questions, I sent Mandy a couple pictures that she's going to share with you all. Last year, Councilor Betastubi and I took our Las Cruces utilities tour, and we were able to go to the Loman property as they were cleaning it up. And I was able to take some pictures of what those trash piles currently look like. And reminder, right, that this is 1965 and prior, and this is the trash that currently lives in our community, underneath our feet. And as you can see, the thing that lives forever are plastic bags. To me, this was when I saw this, it is just like the clearest picture for why this is important, and for why, while we can't control the production of, right, like the industry needs to be held accountable, but the more cities like us take a stand against public plastic bags, I think that message will carry, the stronger that message will be. So I just really wanted you to all to see these in case some of you haven't made it out to the Loman property. But I just really wanted to show you because these have been sort of burnt in my brain since I saw them. Thank you. You can stop sharing. I appreciate that, Mindy. For me, it was really critically important also to have the fee be waived for those who can provide their SNAP benefits or TANF or any of those kinds of things, right? We already know that, of course, those families are vulnerable. I think we still need to do as much education as possible with all income families in terms of why getting reusable bags in your household is important. But that, that added cost should not come to the most vulnerable of communities. I think Oregon State has really led the way in when they did a statewide plastic single-use ban, and they really made sure to implement this particular piece. To me, was really important. Lisa, or I don't know if
Courtney.
Maybe it'll be Courtney. Yeah.
Well, I think Lisa might be.
I am back.
Yay! Hi, Lisa. Man, today's been a Zoom wild day for everyone. I also had I remember us discussing the exemptions in terms of certain plastic bags, like the produce bags. And besides, I need those for my tortilla press as well. So I'm okay with that. But I do remember the exemption for some of those. What I don't remember discussions in our PRC, Lisa, or even prior to COVID, even before I was on council, on the sustainability committee. I don't remember the conversations about restaurants being exempt. I'm glad the mayor's on board, because of that, but I'm personally, I think they should be phased out as well. At some of my favorite local spots are using plastic bags for your food when you pick it up and delivered. I'm curious as to when that was sort of put in here, because I don't remember that being part of any of our conversations in the last year.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I think what happened was in the last 6 months when we've talked about it, we have talked about what was totally unresolved, and I didn't revisit the retail or the restaurant at that juncture because it had been such a firm point. I agree with you and the rest of the council that it would be important to revisit it. And so I hope, I think we should take a look at it too. And so I don't perceive anything that I presented as firm for the council.
Great. And perhaps I think I would support maybe a phased in approach for restaurants. I know they've been particularly hit hard with COVID, and so I would hate to make anything more difficult off the bat. So I would support looking into a phased in approach, but to eventually take out that exemption for restaurants and takeout bags. I think at the end of the day, we want to move towards reducing the impact. Like we're not going to eliminate it at the end of the day. We're not going to, but it's important that we take steps towards reducing that impact. I mean, plastic bags are really terrible. Lisa, you explained it. And I think that us making this commitment to our community and future generations is incredibly important. So as much as and then to me, this is only a first step. Like Councilor Vasquez said, to me, the next step is styrofoam. The next step is, a lot of single-use plastics to include within city, the institution of the city of Las Cruces, right? Getting rid of styrofoam cups in the commons area and those kinds of things, and ensuring everyone has reusable water bottles instead of plastic bottles. Anyway, I actually don't have a lot of questions. I just wanted to make those comments and sort of show you those pictures, but I hope that you take those pictures with you as we move forward towards making votes with this particular decision. Oh, just kidding. I do have one question. Lisa, there's also, so obviously, let's say, you said the enforcement would begin January 2022. So depending on, and if this moves forward, if this is adopted by the council, there's obviously a period where people have to figure out, okay, well, we got to get rid of everything we have, right? We have to use all the plastic bags we have now. So there's that period. And then are we saying that would be any time between when we vote on it and January, or would that be longer before enforcement actually begins?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, what I'm suggesting is that we, let's just say that the ordinance was adopted in June, then we would take 6 months to adjust to people being required to use bags.
Okay, perfect.
And that, and so if it didn't get adopted, if it got adopted, or I just thought that a 6 months transition. And we are also trying to, the school district was very keen on having kids sell bags as school fundraisers. So we could have them outside the stores selling bags and promoting their school and promoting the idea of using reusable bags. So, or encouraging cottage industries to sell them at the farmers market. So those were some of the positive ways that we wanted to promote this as being ways to encourage small business, solidarity in the community, and the mentality of having a circular economy instead of just a throwaway one. So all of those things were driving us to know that that change was coming forward.
I love that. Thank you, Lisa, for that point. Those are all my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't need to do any speeches here because we all know this needs to be done. In fact, we've been discussing this for approximately 6 years in the City Council. Olga Pedrosa and I both talked about doing it about that many years ago. And believe it or not, Seal Avatino was also in favor of it too, to ban plastic bags. Now, I didn't hear it been mentioned in the presentation, but can I assume that if a customer brings his own bag to the store to package, there is no charge whatsoever, Lisa?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, you are correct.
Okay, just wanted to get that squared. Second thing is, I like all the exemptions. They're good for low-income people and so forth. But I think there's one that we don't need, and that is prescription bags for prescriptions. CVS puts theirs in plastic bags, that is. CVS puts theirs in paper bags. So if they can do it, I think the other pharmacies can too. And then 3, this nonprofit that's going to get this 5 cents splitting the 10-cent charge for bags. What will this nonprofit be doing with that 5 cents? Is there something talked about in that area?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, when we were determining what to do with the other 5 cents, we were trying to make sure that the paper bag that can be anywhere from 2 to 7 cents more, depending on the volume that you buy, to offset that cost, we gave the retailers 5 cents, and then we had other 5. Yeah, and then with the other 5 cents, we were thinking, this is already an imposition, well, not an imposition. This is already a directive from the city. We don't need to make any profit from this. We want to send a positive message that the 10 cents is not punitive. It's something that if you have to pay, at least it's going to good things. Not to say the city's not a good thing, but I mean, to say that it's going to go to a nonprofit. What the nonprofit does with it,
May I suggest something, Lisa?
Much money. I think we're talking about like $25 that a store might get, or I mean a nonprofit might get, and so I think that I would defer to the nonprofit to use it maybe for education or whatever is appropriate for them. In
other words, you didn't have anything in mind as to how you could use it.
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, we didn't put anything specifically because I didn't know how we could enforce it. Right. But I wanted, I wanted it just to be the positive recognition. Also, community development was like, oh my gosh, how are we going to collect that money? It was like the logistics of that was overwhelming for them. So we thought that we would cut out the middleman.
Lisa, may I make a suggestion?
Surely.
They could use that money to go to make cloth bags or other reusable bags and then give them to people that, have a hard time affording bags like that.
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, I think that is a great idea. And I was actually thinking it would be good to enlist someone like the community school parents or Community of Hope, if we gave them some sewing machines and some material to be able to make those cloth bags for us, and then they could sell them for a revenue generation themselves.
Sure. Okay. Just suggesting that's how we can get more reusable bags out. So I have agreement with the other counselors that we need to get this done soon. It's time to get it done. And by passing it soon, the businesses can be ready by January 22 to get it done. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Can you expand on what you just said? You have an agreement with the other counselors? What do you mean by that?
Oh, the other counselors are talking about how we need to do it soon.
Okay.
And I agreed with that.
All right. Thank you for that clarification there, Councilor Sword. Let's see, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much, Lisa. And my heart goes out to you for your work. And also, I commiserate with your technological skills, or excuse me, lack thereof. I mean, I have them, and I have a lot of problems with, I jinx everything. But I have to definitely echo what my colleagues have said about the importance of this ordinance. And I'm so happy. I'm not entirely happy with some of the exemptions. So let me just speak on behalf of my fellow seniors. We would be very happy to, I grew up with plastic bags, paper bags. And those paper bags were recycled, reused, whatever. And we would use them as our trash bag, and it would be under the sink, under the kitchen sink, and that would get thrown out every day. So you never had a bunch of garbage accumulating in your home. And then the smaller bags were used as our sack lunches. So, and it was just, they were just used for everything. So I don't think that seniors have to be an exemption or somehow a special group of whatever. But anyway, and also, yeah, the mayor's right. California, where I lived for most of my life, definitely most of my life, because I'm not going to live another 70 years. The stores just automatically, like Trader Joe's, for example, if you don't have your bag, they just give you, they just start packing and they charge you a nickel. And I've noticed that in other stores too. And you know, putting your vegetables in a paper bag isn't bad, except that here, except at natural grocers, but every other store you go to, they're constantly watering those poor plants that by the time you get them, like my cilantro, it lasts like a day because it's already, it looks fresh under that water, and then you bring it home and it's already wilted. So anyway, it is definitely a question of changing behaviors. And by the way, plastic bags are the biggest contributor to the greenhouse gas emissions, and because they contain ethylene and methane, or that's the breakdown. That's a chemical breakdown. And so it produces that greenhouse effect, and that's how we have climate change. And it's affecting the Arctic cap. And what's going on there is that the gases that have been emitted into the atmosphere are trapped under the ice. So when the ice starts melting, it affects the phytoplankton. Once the phytoplankton is affected, it means that we're losing 50% of the Earth's atmosphere, the healthy stuff. And it's also killing our basic food web, so the ocean's web. And of course, that pretty much covers the entire planet. So I can't stress enough how much I know that when I go to Albertsons, it just irks me. I walk in with my bags and and I'm going to have to talk to the manager. And before I can bag my own groceries, already throwing everything into plastic bags. So that's just something that Albertsons has to do, with all due respect to Albertsons and everybody there. But so I'm really sorry. During this COVID, a lot of us have been had our dinners delivered, and I was really impressed by a lot of restaurants like Lake Home and Sunset Grill, and I think even Taco Bell. While my son was here, he loves Taco Bell. And, but they all delivered in brown paper bags. And the food containers were also that hard compressed paper, you know, like, and so, you know, and I grew up, everything we, you know, like, when you went anywhere, you know, you'd buy a chili dog and they'd serve it in a little paper thing, or that thick paper, that thick paper. So it's the question of, and there'd be an industry there too. You know, I don't understand why there's so much pushback and not looking at the bigger picture and how harmful it is to our planet and to us, because we're going to die in the end. I mean, you know, we're phasing ourselves out. So I don't want to be melodramatic, but I do want to thank you, Lisa, so much for this presentation. And I do agree with Councilor Vasquez's point that we should have a sunset clause here. And I don't know if it's going to be revisited in a year. I don't know if somebody has a little, you know, calendar to set that to see how it goes a year from 2022. But, you know, everybody in, you know, through many places on planet Earth are now using paper bags. And, you know, it's just a question of acclimating. So anyway, yeah, I'm definitely for a form of this, having an ordinance that covers this. Plastic bags are really a horrible thing. But I would really like to see that sunset clause in there, since we have pushback from certain industries and we want everybody to get on board. So,
Mayor,
thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, I appreciate your points. I do think that I will promise to revisit the restaurant industry. One thing I do want to point out for the council is that Albuquerque passed its ordinance, and then it rescinded it during COVID, and now they tried to bring it back, and it's been very difficult. So if that's a silver lining, that we're starting it afresh, we can have a consistency in our messaging.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just tell you, I was okay with it as is. I'm just gonna, and I know you have me outnumbered, but I won't be voting for it. So you just lost me again.
What?
Well, I don't support the sunset clause. I'm telling you, it's better to have a few outlets have the plastics so that people can go there. Because if you eliminate it all, okay, you're gonna eliminate. How are people gonna be able to, unless they get their own bags, cloth bags? I'm just saying they can take it from the restaurants and then they can save them and then take them to the grocery stores. You know,
people aren't used to saving anymore. We don't live. Everything is disposable. You notice everything?
Yeah. Okay. Well, good. All right. Well, then there we go. You know, I'm just telling you, I'm not supporting it.
No. You're not supporting it at all?
No, well, I was, but then you want to put a sunset clause and put, you know, I was okay with, let's just visit it a year from now. But no, you guys want to go with a sunset.
You want to visit it a year from now. So you're saying that without the sunset clause, you'll support it?
Yeah, as is, the way it was presented. That's why I was impressed, because I didn't think I was going to go with it, but after the presentation, especially what got me was, like I said, I just watched that Dark Waters movie about Teflon, and then Lisa goes and tells me how much percentage of milligrams I have of plastic in me. So, okay, and then you know, with that exemption with the restaurant, I like that. I'm okay with that, because I can't tell you how many times you'll be carrying stuff and then it spills, you know, but I'm telling you, I think if you have a few that you have a couple places that you can go, you know, someone will say, hey, you got to go to the grocery store. I need some plastic bags. Let's just go over here real quick and we can get some at the restaurant. And, you know, it's a 2-for-1, but that's just me thinking.
But the menudo spills all over the place. Are you going to use those bags? Have you ever tried washing a plastic?
Well, turn them inside out, wash them and dry them out.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got Councilor.
Any form, I mean, I'm just saying the sunset clause would be wonderful. But anything, we need to start. We need to start somewhere. And I think it's exigent circumstances at this point. Thank you, Mayor.
Like Connie wants to say something. Connie?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. and distinguished council members, Ikani Tomapiao, Assistant City Manager. I just wanted to bring something up. Lisa and I spoke about this, and I think she'd be better sharing what was done. But I had a question about this exemption too, and she had mentioned that we were following suit of what Albuquerque did. They had the restaurants. There was a huge impact, and so there was this is what they did to get it passed, and so we were following suit as well. But I know she received phone calls as well, and so we were trying to really take the less impact approach when we bought a potential draft ordinance forward. Again, this was before my time. So Lisa, could you speak to that and share some of that background information? Might be helpful for the council members and mayor.
Mayor Ikani, this is that was the way that we approached it when we had the stakeholder advisory committee in 2019, and so I appreciated the councilor bringing it to my attention that it was something that was still there, and I think that the restaurant exemptions were still there, and I hadn't really given it a thought, and I think it warrants talking to them if they feel that this is a new day and plastic bags give them PTSD for COVID. You know, maybe it's time to move it, but I will totally reach out to the restaurants and get their pulse on this again. I also hear what the mayor is saying about wanting to have things that don't spill. I do see that there are several different types of bags that are out there that are either thick and can be rewashed, or that are coated with a material that makes them waterproof. So it's duly noted that there have to be different types of bags that can be used for all sorts of purposes. And there are times that obviously you'd only use a single bag. I mean, if you walking a pet, it's a single use bag. There's no getting around that one. So I guess you could have a shovel, but so I think that we just need to be judicious about what are must-have single-use items and opportunities for those, for having those still be accessible. And I will make sure that I've read the pulse of the community and the retailers more before I bring it forward for review.
Well, I appreciate that, Lisa. Okay, so you're done, Councilor Flores? So we'll go to Councilor Betastuvi.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Lisa and Ikani, as well, and all my colleagues for asking questions. I don't want to belabor the point. I think we all gone through this with many angles. The two things that I'd like us to check on, if we are basing all this items kind of off the Albuquerque set, and I was also looking up some of the other places that have done plastic bags, and they all have the same kind of set of exemptions. And so when it comes to food and medications, we want to look into if there's any federal standards that we're having to meet, and that's why those are on the exemption list. So it's just, if we're going to consider other options, I think we just need to look at that. But other than that, thank you for all the work and for the great presentation.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Good point, Councilor Betastuvi. Yeah, and it's consistency. You know how people are going to always compare us to Albuquerque. Well, Albuquerque does it this way. Well, okay, or Santa Fe does it this way. So I mean, I'm plus it's an additional cost right now when restaurants don't need it. Paper bags are expensive. And I think it's just that's why I said let's revisit in a year. But if we put it in there, it's going to have to be done. It's just that's where I would rather just what was presented. I like, and that's just me. Looks like we have a few more comments here. Councilor Sorg, do you have your hand up, or did you forget to put it down? Councilor Flores, did you have another question? Okay, Councilor Vasquez.
Mandy, I just sent you an email with a picture, taking from Councilor Bencomo's queue here. All right. This is the Chihuahuan Desert Nature Park. A gentleman by the name of Mr. Jim Wilcox just sent me this photo. Mr. Wilcox, if you're listening, or Jim, thank you for sending this to me. Mayor, I want you to look at this picture because this is what we're fighting. I mean, this is what we're up against, right? This is a nature park in our community right now. And so I agree with you. The inconvenience of, or for restaurants, like I said, I'd rather opt on the side of helping the restaurants, helping the city provide bags for the restaurants than I am on the side of putting more bags in our desert like this. I think we can do it. I really do. And so, whether it's a sunset clause or like we did with the minimum wage, a review a year from now to make sure that we're doing what we best can to make sure our community doesn't look like this. If this is a nature park, you know, our neighborhoods, our communities, our highways look even worse. And so, you know, there's a lot of restaurants, there's a lot of takeout food. Folks are taking hundreds of bags potentially in takeout every day from, 400 different restaurants. I just feel like it's a big part of what I think we need to do to change things. And so I agree, it's a cultural shift. It's going to be tough. But, if 3 or 4 years down the line, our deserts still look like this, our communities still look like this, I'd rather have taken a more proactive approach to doing this. And so whether it's a sunset clause or a mandatory or a revision period every year to just kind of check on how things are doing so that we can update, this ordinance, I'm fine with either one. But again, I don't want to continue encouraging the use of plastic for certain industries and not for others, when I think, we're able to hopefully, help the little guys that can't perhaps afford it. So I just thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Counselor. And I watch documentaries. I see the plastics, and it is terrible. It's especially along the East Coast and I guess the West Coast. West Coast, I mean, and I'm sure along the East Coast. And it's terrible, especially there in Santa Monica and LA. It's just not right. I mean, you guys probably didn't know this, but I mean, when I was a little kid, I lived over there for 5 years, from an infant to 5. And I still remember going to the ocean, and my dad would get abalone and go fishing. I mean, and to see it now is, there's just no way. I don't like the West Coast rivers. I mean, the oceans is bad. But Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I think that by saying, just go to the restaurant so you can get a plastic bag and reuse it, I think we're missing the intent of what this ordinance, the intention of this ordinance is not to place a burden on anybody. The intention of this ordinance is to ensure our landfills don't look like they currently do. Our desert doesn't look like our currently do. Our EPID ditch banks don't look like they currently do. It's a much broader intent. And frankly, I reuse all of my grocery store bags. I reuse them all in my trash cans, whatever. I never reuse my restaurant takeout food bags because they have grease, they have salsa, they have cilantro, they have soy sauce, you name it, that bag will have it. Or the knots, they tie the knots real crazy, so I have to cut them anyway. I will not reuse restaurant plastic bags because I never can. And so I think it's maybe naive for us to think that other folks will as well. And at the end of the day, I think we really have to think about a much longer impact than the current one. Again, I understand that the pandemic has been pretty hard on restaurants. And so, like I said, I would be willing to phase it in for restaurants. But ultimately, to get there and completely eliminate those single plastic bags is critical.
So try carrying 3 or 4 sub boxes from Dion's in their plastic bag, and I don't throw those away. I still have them. I can show you one right now. And they don't get dirty.
Boxes back in those bags and throw them in the trash.
Yeah, I know. I got you. I hear you. I understand that, but I'm just saying, if you eliminate that one sector, because that's a big sector of plastic bags, I think it's going to encourage people, if they do receive it from a restaurant, to keep it. And if they have to wash it out, keep it.
Mayor, it's such a big sector, then it would not reduce the use of plastic bags in our community.
And that's why I said revisit in a year. I mean, we're constantly putting things, obstacles on businesses to, they're trying to just keep their head above water right now, and with COVID and all these other things that are now you're from the minimum wage to the paid leave to all these things. And now you're throwing on bags, now they got to go buy paper bags because, that's why I said, just revisit in a year. I'm not saying, I don't want to see that area like Councilor Vasquez showed and that you showed, which I have to say, plastic bags hit in the mid 80s, not in 1960. So in 1960, they were still paper. I remember as a kid, those big, huge bags. They're brown bags. But anyway, and plus I used to, in school, we used to, I didn't have a lunch pail. I used to run it, put it in a paper bag. But anyways, I'm okay with revisiting in a year, but I'm just telling you, I put a sunset on there. Oh, you've lost me, but that's me. That's just my problem.
Well, again, Mayor, I mean, this is off topic, but I don't think increasing a living wage for workers in our community is a burden, shouldn't be seen as a burden. It should be seen as an issue of justice and equity and ensuring that people don't live in constant poverty.
Yeah, so. I know, but the business owners, you just take it from them all the time. All right, Councilor Vasquez, you have a comment?
Just one more thing. I just want to see if, Lisa, if you might not look into the American Rescue Plan funds that we have available, and see if there's any way to use ARP funds for the city to buy a whole bunch of bags for small businesses to be able to use as part of this transition come next year. There's a lot of stuff included in there, and I'm just thinking, hey, if we can use federal money to buy a whole bunch of bags, make them available, that might be a solution. So thank you.
Mayor, Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, that's brilliant. I will do that. Thank you.
All right. Okay, well, was that it, Lisa?
Mayor, yes, it is.
Okay, well, you've got some good comments there. And Councilor Vasquez, did you forget to put your hand down, or did you have another comment?
That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you. Sorry about that.
All right, no problem. Okay, EFO, is that it? We finished with, looks like, on the agenda. Anything else?
I think that's it, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Well, if there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn. I'll still stick around. We've got the agenda setting meeting, but other than that, take a motion in a second.
So moved, Flores. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvey that we adjourn. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the work session. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we're adjourned at 5:23 p.m. And be sure to get your dinners ready on the 19th because it's going to be a long meeting. A lot of non-consent here. I think I'm going to invoke that 3-minute rule. Okay, so we'll see you guys later.
Okay. Bye-bye. Bye, everybody.
I mean, you're welcome to listen, but whenever you're ready, Christine.
I'm ready, Mayor.
Okay, so this is the agenda setting meeting for our April 19th, 2021 City Council meeting. Number 1, non-consent.
1 non-consent.
2 non-consent.
2 non-consent.
3 non-consent.
3 non-consent.
4 non-consent.
4 non-consent.
5 non-consent.
5 non-consent.
6 non-consent.
6 non-consent.
7 non-consent.
7 non-consent.
And 8 consent.
8 consent. Great. Thank you.
Okay, see you later.
Bye. Have a good night.
You too, thanks.